Так. Что? Что?
Вопрос написал. Конечно, они поймут меня или нет. Здесь почему-то.
Скажут, ой, все, дисквалифицирован.
Блин,
Напиши, что... Напиши, I can join... In any case, I can join through my friend, through my partner. Through my teammate. Партнер не пиши, блять, партнер не пиши, это ж типа партнер, имеется в виду сексуальный партнер обычно.
Я сейчас мой тиммейт. Ну и типа партнер, типа.
Нет, поменяй на teammate, потому что партнер это так дальше.
Тиммейт. Так?
Да. А можешь зайти на трансляцию посмотреть, там все нормально у меня?
Что, а ты запустил уже?
Да, минуты 2 назад.
5 минут осталось. Никсон.
Где подставка? А, вот она. Норм, там слышно все. Ой, я хочу торс себе поменять.
Давай потренируемся по-быстрому.
Мне кажется, мы не успеем. 5 минут осталось. Мне кажется,
Создали ветку на начало.
Вижу.
Все пишут вот так. А чё они пишут вас, а промотка?
Не знаю. Ну, типа, лень апостроф искать, наверное.
Типа не могут без апострофа просто вас.
Так, черт, мне бы второй телефон, чтобы я хотя бы LVT Halo включил. Да. У нас Lane Turkey, они... Lane Turkey checking in, хорошо, они на месте. Значит, первая катка у нас состоится. Еще утром. В смысле, так я еще утром поставил. Добро. Да какой Steam? Через Microsoft Xbox Live, скорее, как всегда. Так, ну, брекет появился, но это то же самое challenge, вот этот challenge. Challenge, это да.
Никто не отвечает.
О, есть ветка invite teams. Окей, допустим.
Он то, что написали, прочитай.
Куда?
Ну тут Селеста писала.
Ну, team roles have been assigned on the Discord. You can собака team name and will ping all the players on other team.
Сколько зрителей будет? Вот тебе интересно, сколько мы просмотров.
Так там drops будет. Забыл?
А я включу программу.
Давай, выбьешь себе.
А ты смотреть будешь?
Конечно. Но мы вообще-то в Losers Bracket попадем в любом случае. О, 631 зритель. Ой, нет. Сейчас будет прирост хороший. TLF. У нас там какие? Лентерки, надо их это дернуть. Я написал, что пригласили меня. Но они, скорее всего, с ПК.
Что-то вступить. О, они в Discord скинули. Блин, тогда можно здесь зайти, в принципе.
Ну ты да, хорошо. Я надеюсь, мне через Xbox скинут. Trailblazers какие-то подтвердили участие. Так, ладно, ждем Line Turkey. Ну, либо мне надо сейчас через Xbox поискать их.
Ну, это люди. Так в смысле, подожди.
Find someone, подожди.
Так а что их приняли? Блин, ну сейчас уже 7 часов, я думаю, N12.
We are both on Xbox, you can send an invite. Ninja Dilly.
Блин, ну N2 уже все, да, это...
Так, мы этих, я сейчас...
Факт они могут все равно, им же ждать нас, где могут написать позже. Здорово, сосатели. Хуево. Чё у вас тут?
Тихо, 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 без выражений только.
Ну ладно. Тут у нас серьезное собрание. Да ничего не понимаю.
Нет, запись трансляции идет. Добрый вечер. Ты что, забыл, что я трансляцию веду? Так.
А что тебе сказал вот это VR-босс? Блин, а мне не сможешь аж присоединиться? Что-то не Xboxer.
О, все. Так. Получается, я буду организатором.
Ты тебя пригласишь? Да, мы же наверное,
Какая у нас там первая? Первая у нас обилку.
жестко. Что, они запустили трансляцию? Нет, еще что?
А сколько там минут? Подожди.
Прокатка?
Да, потому что у меня тут 10 стоит, но я, кажется, менял.
Вроде 10. Что, вообще? Что, так, а может они правильно прописали?
Да, Бус, глянь, пожалуйста. А я знаю, что, подожди, стой. Node Editor.
По-моему, я не знаю, по-моему, это зашло сейчас на сервер.
Так,
И
еще
да,
раз.
они подтвердили, что...
О, 12 минут должно быть. Все, подожди, Mode Editor. Бац, выключено.
Не успели всё прекратить.
Так.
А ну что, сейчас я пойду высмотрю.
Алло.
Что-то.
Ничего, мне что-то музыка не хочет работать.
Они тебе отвечают, чи нет?
Пока еще нет. Ну я им написал, tell me when you're ready. We are ready. Хорошо.
Это другие. А нет, это они. Так, они уже тут?
Да.
Он написал, 27, хорошо же запускали.
Да.
Хорошо.
Ну что, ребятки, первая карточка. Первой команды.
Не знаю, что-то на Твиче не вижу никакого стрима.
Все, не отвлекаемся на это. Все. Макс, пожалуйста, тоже не отвлекай нас. Просто можешь зайти на трансляцию и болеть там. Может на LVT Halo зайти в трансляцию и там писать CyberCazex. Что такое? Все, давай, малыш, соберись. Все как мы тренили. Сверхщит. Да. И вместе. Если что, то приманочку работаем. Делаем приманочку.
Забежал. Забрал.
Добей его. Уходи наверх сразу. Ну, что ж такое?
Он там сразу же пошли.
Вань, не задавай глупых вопросов, мы же с тобой договаривались. Уходи. Поверь в себя. Не иди, что ты делаешь? Меня жди. Справа будет. Не иди прям во мне, ты прям в моей коллизии. Вот он, вот двое. Там не два недобитых. О, у него купленное добивание. Ну, Вань, ну ты же понимал сам. Ты же понимал, ты все понимал. О. Вань, уйди, пожалуйста, оттуда. Убиваю его. Сзади тебя буквально шел. Как ты его не убил? Что с тобой, Вань? Вань, это не серьезно. Вообще не серьезно, Вань. Ваня, как ты уже со сбитыми щитами? Ну как так-то, ну? Ого, как он меня перестрелял. Вань, добей его, пожалуйста. Все, не важно. Сбоку был. Ну. Они играют приманку. А ты растерялся опять. А везде. Мы в размину шли, все раньше ударил. Ага, сосед щитом был. Иди отсюда. Блять, Ваня. Почему ты не сказал? Ничего. Ваня, почему ты не сказал, что он там был? Ты не отметил.
Я отметил. Там была красная метка.
Работа над ошибками, Ваня, давай. Один 0. Не, 0-1, правильно сказать. Готов? Ну так а что ж ты молчишь?
Так я же сказал, запускай.
Что ты там нервничаешь? 4 вдоха, а потом пауза. И выдох. Выбирай, ну что? А, снайперка по-любому. Прикрывай меня, алло. Серщит?
Бежал. Василий.
Тут игломет. Блять, они забрали сверхщит. Надо убегать от них просто. Можно спрятаться. Они меня видели.
Где?
Важно. Там где-то. Там где сверхщит был. Спалился?
Есть.
Осторожно. Блять, я не добил его. Ой, он снайперку забрал. Можешь не таргет спарить, а этот...
И там запись.
Что?
Тепло осталось.
Где там? Куда я знаю? Ваня, это то же место, где я тебя постоянно выносил. Ты серьезно?
Ну все, у тебя тип.
Добиваю! Слушай, ну, неважно, Ваня, ну, господи, ну.
Ваня, давай.
Ты сказал, Ваня, давай, и он сдох.
Что там выскочил второй тип за сверхщитом?
Да ты что? Добей его, а? Утекай, текай оттуда, текай. Прикрой. Там их двое. Два не... ну, блять, что я сделал? Уйди оттуда, уйди оттуда. Недобитый, недобитый. Охуенно, я его не успел убить в моменте. Да откуда? Откуда? Ну иди, что ты делаешь? Что ты делаешь? Не геройствуй, а, господи.
Я убегал на помощью.
S7 inbound. Enemy there.
Ваня, главное, не сдавайся.
Блядь, да Ваня даже... Что ты делаешь, Ваня? Господи. Зачем ты попался снайперу?
Я не знал, что он там, ты ж мне инфу.
В смысле ты не знал?
Ты мне инфу не дашь, даже не отвечаю. Ты ни разу не...
Добивай его, добивай его! Ваня, зачем ты так рано стрелять надо?
Team nearing victory.
Бля, как ты сдох? Он...
Я не знал, что он подёрнул. У тебя. Там сзади был сейчас.
Блять, второй меня добил. Опять тот же самый момент. А, второй! Ну да, да. Ваня, мы попадаем в losers bracket.
А, там же 3 карты, да?
Ваня, мы попадаем в losers bracket, говорю.
Почему?
Потому что ты тупишь очень сильно. Сейчас тебя убьет чувак со сверхщитом.
Ты мне не давал инфу ни разу.
Я тебе единственный, кто давал тебе инфу. Так. Против нас будет играть кто-то из Underground. Там, получается, команда разделена на 2. У нас будет вот это и Ликс или Иликс, потом Sorcerer, потом Scorebird. Ваня.
А,
Я не знаю пока. Нам тогда придется выиграть весь losers bracket. Team Envy US уже подтвердили участие, но что-то как-то не все 0-3 подтвердили. Интересно. Они уже запустили трансляцию. О, уже пошло вступление. О. Заходи.
А там на лузере брейки тоже.
У нас Иликс сейчас будет. Или Айлекс. Давай я пока переключу тут тоже.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater reimagined in Halo, which will be really fun. Thumbnails just pop out at me. Good old days. That looks like a fun map to play, just based on the thumbnail. I know we've seen Sorcerer as well. It's that sort of wizard warlock hybrid. Extra year of Halo and Halo 2. Looking forward to seeing all of the maps and all of the competitors. Speaking of the competitors, we've got the ringers involved here today. Some of the best in HCS. I've seen us. We've seen Envy. We got Vision, Piggy, Legend, Falcated. What are some of the teams we should be looking out for here today, Eli?
I mean, you just mentioned the two big ones. If you ask me, I might expect that to be the grand finals. We've also got the other half of Envy in the tournament as well, which is Jackson Descendants. So it would be a cool storyline to see those two in the grand finals against each other. But like you said, Legend and Falcated in their way, it's going to be a tough one. I know Legend kind of started his career in the 2v2 scene in Europe. He was always crushing with, I believe Shady was his teammate back then. So curious to see his chops in 2v2 and Halo Infinite in this tournament.
Yeah, and when you look back at the history of 2v2, it's really been...
Чуваки пишут, can you stream our game? Ой, а что такое? У них что-то полетело? Чуваки, шо? Не, нормально идет. У них трансляция полетела. О, так, они увидели наши результаты, сейчас они вносят. Так, нас закинули в 18-ю пару.
Скинь ссылку, пожалуйста.
На что?
На вот это что.
У тебя есть ссылка. Ты сам...
Она обновила сразу, она обновила.
Все 0-2, все 0-2, у всех. Нету такого, чтобы 2-1 было вообще. Ну, видно, кто как готовился. Так, что там трансляция у них? Не, ни в какую, что-то не.
Heavily favored on the side of Trailblazers.
А кто это сейчас играет? Подожди. Drake and Jazz? Это в смысле? Это кто?
Нас покажут или нет?
Ну, если будешь хорошо играть, то да. Где? Какой стрим? Трансляция?
Ну,
Где?
Enemy halfway
Вот
to
это
victory.
типа... Что там пишет?
Дрейк, Джош и три твои друзья.
Ну прикольно. Видимо, интересно играют. Не особо, что-то одна команда жестко сливает. Красавчики, те просто в рассыпную, а эти вместе ходят.
Тоже вместе ходили.
Тут глупость сделал. Это тут. Нюкс.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Тут понятно, что эти выиграли. Ага. Бегал в магазин за снеками. Красавчик, ты вовремя. Мы слили 2-0 первую катку. Мы сейчас losers bracket ждем. Какую-то команду мы ждем. Какую мы команду ждем? Мы ждем пару. Какую пару мы ждем? 10-ю. Короче, 2 underground. Короче, там, ну, одна команда разделилась на двое. Вот так вот. Комедия, короче. Бывает. Когда там Legend Full-Cated, Хаясула, вот их, скорее всего, будут показывать потом.
Все, кого играть будем?
А,
Если-
слышишь, подожди, Trailblazers и
А лузеров 10.
Drake and Josh. Тут отстает трансляция у них, потому что Bracket уже мне пишет, что типа эти выиграли. Нет, подожди, а чё? Они выиграли 1-0, а чё? А чё они прошли дальше? Чё Trailblazers прошли дальше, что-то не пойму. В чем прикол? Ну ладно. Дуже дивно.
Улучшили трансляцию. И раньше, когда вот эти вот карты показывали, и счет тот, допустим, вот Эбиоко, там типа показывал Форджера, типа, и раньше не было типа.
Дядь, они это добавили, наверное, месяца 3 назад, может 4.
Ну вот 2 на 2 не было такого. Прошлый.
Как это вообще общие настройки игры, какие 2 на 2.
Не было, я говорю.
Давай потише усни. какие-то вообще слабенькие играют против них.
Повезло. А что они не отбирали по статам Halo Tracker?
Именно так и делали.
Ну, почему нам подобрали тех?
А у меня вопрос. Почему ты мне эти вопросы задаешь? А что у них за команда? 4 ассиста, а у того 7 убийств. Что у них с трансляцией?
Enemy halfway to victory.
Так, ну что там? Там потом, скорее всего, будут показывать Full Cated Legend против Хая Сува. Алло, отвечай, говорю. Что ты там пропадаешь? Я что, для практики эфира ты шо вообще? Проиграл карту. Сидишь там где-то прячешься или что? Нет, я не смотрю. Я вообще, наверное, пойду пока с собакой погуляю, потому что пока не пройдут. Да, пока пройдет вторая эта, то, ну, сколько всего может произойти.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Нет, если одна катка 12, а допустим 2-0 это минимум типа 20. Плюс потом еще дают 15 минут на сбор. Так что у меня минут 35. Я пошел. Да. Да, потом еще 5, окей, 10 и плюс 15, короче, 25 минут у меня есть. С собакой погулять это 20 минут времени. Розумієш? Математика 5 клас, а може і 3, а може і 2.
we stay the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I gave you my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I gave you my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe it, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out of try, but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to, but if I'm honest, I give you my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I
Ой, выключай эту какашку свою. Выключай. Какую свою выключай? Москальскую какую-то. Кажу, вимикай. Вимикай, кажу. Алло. Послухай. Алло, говорю. Обезьян. Понятно. Как вот с такими играть, я не понимаю. Как?
Slayer.
Шпенка. Снизу. Играю. Это было очень опасно, ты чуть не умер. Прячься. Вижу. Сзади тебя, осторожно, иди. Бля, не знаю, куда ты иди. Да, там, чувак, давай! Ваня, ну что это было? Ты на месте растерялся просто. Что тип Кэм? Я тебе сказал, иди туда, давай. Я ж не это, ну. Ну посмотри, ну. Ты мог его убить, у нас уже было 3-3. Что? Что ты не сказал? Ваня, где инфа была? Инфа была где? Ты говоришь, инфу даешь, ты инфу не дал. Минус.
Кричи. Я кажется. Да, кричи там. Спину. Я не знаю.
Блять, я упал. Может, добьешь его?
Enemy halfway to victory.
Burst fire, Spartan! Burst fire! Target spotted.
Как он? Как на таком расстоянии можно было попасть?
Enemy team nearing victory.
Spanker inbound. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Active camo inbound.
Ваня, ну какой плазма пистол?
Defeat.
Иван, вам пишет Александр. Хлопцы, играйте вместе, а не раздельно. Раздельно вас очень быстро убивают. И не сритесь. Что-то вы вообще не собранные. Что это такое, а?
А пишет.
Боже, Иван, вы, ну...
День
Ладно.
он написал, что ты...
Все, давай. Так. Где? Где? Где они? Не могу найти. Если мы сейчас сливаем, то все.
Kill to score, scoreboard to win. Send them straight to heaven. Your trusty S7.
Куда ты бежишь? Вот объясни мне, куда ты бежишь? Вот чё ты куда-то бежишь? Ты что, не можешь меня подождать? Почему ты бежишь куда-то? Добей его, бля, он упал. Убегай сразу, убегай осторожно очень. Любую инфу, давай. Разворачивайся, разворачивайся.
Сейчас пошли.
Добивай его, бля, он там звук. Давай. Второй появился, ага.
I love this little green gun.
Сзади.
Сзади, что это за информация? Что это значит?
Я тебя отметил.
Как он не умер? Что? Что? Пипец.
Stalker rifle inbound.
Что? А, я думал, что это уже не так все. Блядь, Ваня, ну где ты был?
Enemy halfway to victory.
Active camo available.
Слева. Да, вот он, Кэмо.
Victory.
Почему ты гранату не кинул в ответ? Под себя там как-то.
Я не смотри.
Что? Что? Он там. Ваня, почему ты сдох?
Shot caller. Defeat. Slayer.
Find the enemy. Destroy the enemy.
А, это я там убил? Да, это тоже я помню, да, это я. Тут моя была ошибка, тут я. Тут я Ваня позвал. Я думал, что он там сам будет. Ну, гонь хоть, если он запустил.
Active camo inbound. The simple approach, a fine kill. Active camo available.
Куда он смотрит? Вот что тут Ваня делает? Это вот эта позорная игра была со стороны Вани. Что он делал? Он видел, что в него стреляют, он такой, а ладно, пофиг, типа, разворачивается, уходит. Он бы мог вывести, ну реально про игроки вывозит такое. Я сегодня вывозил такое. Или вчера, я не помню. Столько моментов. Ну ладно, это такое еще. Но предыдущий, конечно, был не очень.
Excellent use of bullets, human.
Это еще и моя снайперка, ну нормально, да? Нормально. А как, кстати, он меня убил, если он попал в торс? Это странно очень было.
Active camo inbound.
Я даже не со сбитым щитом был, вообще то есть не реально.
On humanity.
Не понял. Конечно, он актив кэмом взял. Постоянно брал. Меня убил. Что тут Ваня делает? Опять вот это ее. Сколько я его учил, к чему, зачем он это делает? У него там что, плазма пистол был, почему он это делает? Что приносить? Да я приду. Я говорю, я приду, а не спускайся. Господи. Куда? Что происходит? Куда он стреляет? Что? А что это за движения сейчас были? А что происходит? А как он это я не понял. Что это было сейчас? Подожди, что? Вот отсюда где-то. Вот тут. А, ладно, все, это у меня забаговалось что-то или нет. А, тут я вылез. И потом меня добивают. Да. Ну что он сказал ему? Он, скорее всего, сказал ему, что я там остался сбитый. Ваня мне ничего не говорит. Почему? Почему тут Ваня не вылез? Не понимаю.
Victory. Perfect.
А, он тупо, у него такое сквозное зрение, то есть он тут сбоку не идет. Хотя говорил, что у него 120 градусов угол обзора, как так?
Victory. Perfect.
посмотрим, может там уже играет Full-Cated.
Like an imaginary skateboard below his feet, takes down Huss with a fist. Breaky shot though with the perfect 5
Нет,
shots
пока.
afterwards. This game's close.
Их не
So
показывают.
close
Было бы
it's
странно,
tied.
если бы их не
10-all.
показывали.
We're tied up.
Да, 3-0 они выиграли, ожидаем. Записи много
New
посмотрим.
special coming to MTV. Keep your eyes
Их не
glued.
показывают, но они уже в winners round 3.
A new idea, but I don't like this part of the map right here. I mean to go to. It's designed very well, but I would not want to go underneath this
там
staircase. It feels
получается.
like just going to get grenaded out
Там
at
были
a
либо
very
3-0,
high
либо
frequency.
3-1.
And yeah, Huss decides to go and he gets double teamed. And just like that, Trailblazers have taken the lead. So their patience has paid off. Honestly, feels a little
Ваня
bit like Huss
ушел,
and Breaking
слышишь,
Shot playing,
словил,
still
даже
playing
ни
too
слова не
fast, just
сказал.
like last map.
Хоть бы извинился, там я не знаю.
Sweep miracle is on the table. And right now, Huss and Breaking Shot getting served up a little bit of biscuit, gravy, sausage on top. And Stefano and Nathan are bringing it to him. Breaking Shot goes down once again.
Столько времени потратил, чтобы на тренинг был.
He gets it! Nathan with Stefano on the respawn screen, needed to clutch up, gets the double kill with the snipe, and now has the OS and a 4-kill lead.
This is massive. Huss gets the perfect kill. The sniper ammo's been burned out, but the
Ладно,
overshoot
я
will
трансляцию
still allow
оставляю в
Nathan to
любом
find the
случае.
kill. Now trying to get the double with the
Часы надо,
predictionary
потому
grenade.
что...
Gets a little bit of damage
Ну а
before being
как,
taken
когда я
down, but I
стану
don't know if
партнером?
Huss is going to be worried about that. He
Когда я
is
стану партнером?
skating his way to the other side of the map through the
А, у
tunnel
меня
system.
отняли еще больше.
And
прикольно.
catches
То есть
Nathan
у меня
off
было
guard, but
3200, сейчас
Nathan
у меня
still wins it.
3097.
I thought with that
Yes,
thrust,
sure.
Huss was going to take that win, but my
Вроде
God, and
постарался.
I think we saw one helpful team shot there from Stefano and Nathan. I think that's how they were able to take down Huss, because I thought Huss had it there. 18-13. One of the biggest leads that we've seen in this series since we jumped on board in progress in game 2, and it belongs to the underdogs, the Am Kids. Trailblazers about to force a game 5.
How many times have Howdy Beavers just kind of pushed and then found themselves in a 2v1? I feel like they need to start figuring this out. There's like the saying of
There's another
we
one.
gotta play fast. Like that's been the talking point of all these roster changes, right? But like on some level, you have to recognize that like you're playing faster than your teammate. You have a teammate. You have to play with them. Doesn't matter what the speed is. You have to be with the teammate.
Unbelievable. 20-14 now. As Stefano, the top performer in the lobby so far, is the only one in double figures. 11 to his name. Nathan, though, trying to stay alive here. In the 1v1 battle, gets his shields back up, but you imagine Huss did as well as they re-engage and trade out. You will take that all day if you're Trailblazers. But Breaking Shot takes down Nathan and grabs the overshield. They have got to find a +2, even a +3 outcome just to give them a chance here in the end game. Breaking Shot, got to have it.
You see Nathan's like literally slid up the half pipe on the way to the melee, takes some of the overshield off in the process, and now Breaking Shot is hunting, wants to get a little bit of more value out of the last bit of this overshield. Looks like he will. No! Huge reversal from Stefano, and Nathan picks one up as well, and now we're just 2 kills from sending this to a game 5.
Oh my God, Breaking Shot had the OS, but his hopes of winning game number 4 might have been broken in that moment, and he had the snipe as well. That was absolutely huge, just as it looked like Huss and Breaking Shot were about to come back. It gets a little bit difficult, more difficult does the path to a comeback. 24-19 though, so feels a little out of reach. Only one more needed for the Trailblazers. 6, now 5 for Howdy Beavers. And you get this perfect flawless wipe here. No, they do not. Trailblazers on the back of 2 in a row have the reverse sweep comeback alive. We're going to a game 5.
Unbelievable regain out of the Trailblazers. Maybe they just wanted to make sure the stream was live to witness their epic comeback, because they have definitely come to life since we tuned in. And we're going to Dawn Chorus, the map that we talked about was so beautiful in the last series. This is insane. I feel like once Huss and Breaking Shot kind of sort out the fact that they're often isolating themselves in 2v1s and maybe falling into the trap set by Nathan and Stefano, maybe they can bring this back. But for now, Nathan and Stefano just honestly outplaying them as far as teamwork goes.
Man, this has been an exciting series. We had to wait a little bit through some technical difficulties, but worth to witness this as our first series of the day. Are you kidding me? We have every bit of narrative I think that you get excited for as a Halo fan, right? the underdog, upset potential, and a couple of hungry AM kids taking down some staple professional players. And then you've got, of course, the Game 5. And how did we get there? Through a reverse sweep path. Howdy Beavers win the first two. Trailblazers win the next two. Can they pull off the ultimate upset, it feels like, here? And we're just in our first series of the day. So if it gets any crazier than this, I can't imagine what we're in store for.
Yeah, keep in mind the winner of this goes on to play against Precision and Piggy in winners round 3. This is a winners round 2 matchup. So it's going to be a tough round 3 for whoever makes it through. But, I mean, I'm really impressed by Nathan and Stefano right now. I feel like these guys are stepping up to the plate when it matters.
I feel like I could be biased for both outcomes here, right? I would love to see Huss and Precision in a grudge match, especially in a 2v2. It's much more of an intimate landscape in 2v2. You've just got less players on the map and more focus on the individuals competing. But I would also love to see the Trailblazers take an upset victory, but off the start, they are not starting off on the right foot, as Breaking Shot with the snipe has 2 to his name. Huss has 2 to his name. 4-0 off the start. Trailblazers can't let this roll out of control. We've seen that before.
It does feel like Howdy Beavers had a conversation before this game started and must have been like, you know what, let's stop just being free kills. And so far they have not allowed a single kill, and that's been the difference. Now 6-0, perfect start so far for Howdy Beaver. Yeah,
before Howdy Beavers were kind of like haphazardly taking even 1v1s or even 2v1s that they had no business winning. Poor timing, poor positioning has not been the case here in Game 5. They've seemed to have reeled it in as Breaking Shot catches himself a double bass. 8-1 off the start as Trailblazers, if they go down again to the headshot, which they do, it's starting to feel like there's no path to a comeback after they worked so hard to get to Game 5. It might be all for naught.
Oh, and we're getting the bodies being shot by Huss. Wonder if there was some teabags or trash talk in the pregame lobby that led to that. But 11-2 lead, about as good as you could ask for here for Huss and Breaking Shot. And it feels like they've just their fast style works better on this map because you can apply constant pressure to the spawners. You can hit left and right. I think on some of the more open maps, they were kind of putting themselves in traps, but their strategy working really well on this one.
They're just working more in unison with each other right there. You right? You saw a Breaking Shot.
Yeah.
Shoot the shroud screen at Huss with the overshield, and I think they were again a little haphazard. They were a little laissez-faire. Oh, we got an overshield, we can just push forward. Man, those overshields were getting absolutely melted. So Breaking Shot's effort there to shroud Huss with the OS gave him the extra 2 to 3 shots that Trailblazers were depleting in these previous games. So we have seen a full turnaround of not only results, but in the play style and the mentality from Howdy Beavers. It kind of feels like they hit the switch.
Does. Breaking Shot, though, flying out in a peculiar fashion. Definitely didn't know where that second player was. Thought he could maybe find a timing to take them down. And now Huss by himself. This is kind of Trailblazers' opportunity to bring this back. Now they're staggered, so that now they've got a series of 2v1s on the map. Breaking Shot needs to bide his time while Huss is on respawn, but no, he engages. He's going to be punished for it, and the stagger continues.
Okay. Hey, 4 possessions, 4 cycles of spawns. If you play perfectly, flawless Halo, you could find yourself back in this game, but it's a double up advantage for now for Howdy Beavers. 7-14 here as Breaking Shot has the high side, Huss has the low side and the low shield situation. But the chase grenade, the stop grenade, the checkmate grenade comes through and allows Huss to clean up on one. Breaking Shot trades out on the other. The lead back to double. 8-16 here as Howdy Beavers look to earn their spot in winners round 3.
You see Huss just quickly rotating through the outskirts of the map as these players are on respawn. The Needler, which we haven't seen in some time, but it is on this map, so it's in play.
Oh my God.
Great grenade there as well. I mean, they're putting on a clinic.
Dude, it really just feels like a completely different squad than what we saw in the last 2 games. And that's sort of the scary thing, right? Even though you're bouncing back in the series, did Trailblazers, you've won 2 in a row. Did you just awake a sleeping giant? More often than not, when we see pros take on amateurs, that's what happens. And that's why it's so hard to win. Even though they had all the momentum, even though they won the last 2 games, this is sort of what you get traditionally here in Halo when the skill gap is this wide. And I actually think Trailblazers individually are a little bit closer, individually, but man, on a team perspective, like Huss and Breaking Shot are just that duo. They complement each other really well. Huss gets a lot of assists, plays up close and in your face. Breaking Shot cleans up on a lot of damage with phenomenal accuracy here in the HCS. And speaking of long-range engagements, got to see some here. Breaking Shot with the snipe to close out the series.
Yeah, it did feel a little bit like Howdy Beavers were maybe playing with their food a little bit, maybe limit testing in games 3 and 4. Not to take anything away from Trailblazers, but I mean, it was pretty obvious to me that they were just kind of running it at your opponents and seeing if they could win 2v1s or going for the crazy thrust ninjas on the overshield player. Like, those aren't things that you do in a game 5. And we saw once they cleaned up their strategy, they really ran away with that one in game 5. So props to Huss and Breaking Shot. They move on to face their former teammates, by the way.
Man, that is going to be an exciting grudge match. Huss versus Precision up next in winners round 3. It's going to be pro on pro action here as we get deeper into the bracket. Only the best in the world will remain. You've got Falcated and Legend waiting on the other side of the bracket. So as we continue on down the line, it's only going to get better and better. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to LVT Halo for the $5,000 2v2 ForgeHub tournament. We're going to take a quick break and get ready for the next matchup in the bracket. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's almost like one of those situations where if you're the party leader, you might think, should I end the game? Like, because they usually, you know, do suicide if they need to end the game. But nope, he just missed his jump, tried to clamber on something that's unclamberable. And yeah, not used to seeing a pro gameplay where the score is 3 to -1, and it's totally correct. Can we get to 0? That's the goal right now for Envy. It's usually not what I'm used to saying on the cast. They're still not yet back to 0, as it is now 7 to -1, 8-point advantage for Howdy Beavers. I was going to mention as well, they got the dub on Skirtbird, which if you'll recall, that's one of the maps they lost to Nathan's team. So maybe making some corrections on that map and tightening up their strategy. But we're back to 0, folks. We're back to 0. All things are good, but it's still an 8-point lead. Yeah, it feels like right now, and by the way, we recognize a few audio issues, but I think we'll have Mac on board with us here shortly. 11-2 now, the lead for Howdy Beavers. And yeah, you got to start to wonder, you know, you can lose a Slayer quite early is what Mac was trying to say while his mic was not coming through. And I agree. It's almost like they're limit testing, but the ultimate limit is what if we start the game with -1 and
Yeah.
we give them the entire sandbox, because that's about as hard as you can test yourself in this type of situation.
All right, there we go. We're back. 3-11 here, as Howdy Beavers have built a 8-kill advantage, and Breaking Shot has more of that snipe. And like I was saying previously, Eli T, it just feels like if Envy have any chance of coming back, they need things like the camo, the snipe, the stalker, the repulsor, but it's all been in the hands of Breaking Shot and Huss. Breaking Shot with his last shot, final opportunity, takes advantage of it. 3-12 here. It's a 4x advantage for the Beavers.
Surprised he didn't pick up that repulse, but guess doesn't need it. He'll pick up this one instead.
Oh my.
And wow, precision not looking the right direction. He's gonna get beat down. This is looking bad. Envy, they gotta go ahead and start thinking about the next game at this point. I mean, this is gonna be extremely difficult. I mean, it's just gonna take Howdy Beavers 11 more trades, and it's very easy to trade out in 2v2 if you play it properly.
Yep, can't win a Slayer early. You got to reach 25, but you can certainly lose it. And it just feels like that's what Envy had done when they fell off the map to start this game. It was -1 to 7, I think, was his. We had 3 cycles of team wipes for Howdy Beavers before Envy had even gotten a single kill and back to net 0. So this has just been as tough of a match as you could imagine. Howdy Beavers already up 1-0 in the series. They're looking at the death grip 2-0 here, with Envy not finding much of a path as to how they could come back in this series.
I mean, this game just exemplifies the point that I often make about how important the very beginning of the game is, because it sets the tone for the rest, right? You lose the opening break, you don't just go down and score, but you lose positioning, you lose the power weapons, you lose the overshield, and now you're getting spawn killed for multiple cycles. So, I mean, this just completely exemplifies that. One small misstep off the break leads precision off the map, and now he's in a position where he has no chance to win this game. And we'll have to see if they can maybe start off a bit stronger in the next game, but this just feels like a formality at this point.
Yeah, still a double up advantage, but Precision does have the snipe to work with. A couple of dynamo grenades to chase out intel and damage as the body shot, headshot connects, takes down Huss. Now breaking shot left to his own devices over here on the left side of the map. Piggy and Precision both working around the right as Precision. Piggy now has that stalker rifle. Precision has that snipe, just trying to line up the waiting push. There goes the intel and the damage. Huss goes down. Great use of the dynamos from Precision. Hold on, the double kill could bring them back, but breaking shot clutches up, gets the double instead. Just as it looked like Envy could have a chance, breaking shot just shut it down.
That was a disgusting double kill while one shot. I mean, obviously the damage had been done by the teammates as well. We're starting to be reminded just how powerful those shot grenades are, by the way, as breaking shot finds another double kill with perfect shots. Great teamwork from Huss as well. They've got the camo. They've got just about everything they need to close this out. 3 kills to go now.
And just about every slay for Howdy Beavers. I mean, if you took breaking shot by himself, he'd be up by 3. So, and Huss is still having himself a pretty good game, supporting with those 6 assists.
Wow.
But they both go down. No trades occur in the feed. Envy down by 8, but again, it just feels like that hill is very high to climb.
It was such a well-played fight by Huss as well, just unable to close out the first kill that would have likely led to the second as well. Looks like breaking shot finds one 1v1 fight against Precision and wins that. Piggy at low ground gets caught off guard once again. It just feels like breaking shot is always where they don't expect, and it's gonna be the chain lightning of the shot grenade to close it out. And taking a look at the bottom of the map here, beautifully designed map. This is the one that has like the lightning bolt effect when the camo spawns, which I think is one of the coolest features of any of these maps. We'll hopefully see that a bit later, but man, do you think Envy can come back in this one, Hunter?
Wow, it just feels, you know, honestly, I think they can, because if you just avoid falling off the map, which should be a pretty easy claim to make, I don't think Abioko even has an opportunity to fall off the map. So unless you double frag yourself off the start, you're gonna at least have a 0 next to your name instead of a -1, which like feels silly to even be saying it with 4 of the best players in the world competing. It shouldn't even be a topic of conversation, but these are Forge maps. So in that sense, there is a lot of play space that's these players are questioning, like, oh, can I go here? Can I clamber this? Can I clamber that? And more often than not, when the answer is no, you pay with the self-destruction and a -1. So that's what we saw at the start. You cannot start off like that. I'd like to see if Envy can gather a lead, make Howdy Beavers chase a little bit. You let Breaking Shot and Huss just get into pure flow state, and look at what Breaking Shot can do. When he's feeling himself, when he's playing at his top level, he truly is one of the most fearsome slayers in the world, and he showed that there in that previous game, popping off with, I think, 18? I mean, that's nuts.
Yeah, he was playing absolutely out of his mind. Perfect positioning to finish multiple double kills. He had at least 4 double kills that game, I want to say.
Yes.
And of course, Huss setting him up for several of those. You can't just do that all by yourself. But my eyes are on Piggy, though. Piggy had a rough game in that last one. I want to say finished 3-12. We know he's better than that. But unfortunately, he's not going to be able to prove that to you guys just yet, as they fall 0-2 off the start. Breaking Shot waits to proc the OS just to get a little bit more value, but we got a plasma pistol in hand. Huss has been taken down. Can they plasma pistol the OS as well,
or even backsmack him? Watch out, might be a player coming from behind. Yes, there is. There's the push he anticipated. Must have heard me in the ears as Breaking Shot takes down 2 again. Another double kill. The game sense was on point. The sandbox was in favor of Envy right there. We saw previously they used the plasma pistol to take down Huss. You thought the plasma pistol was coming for Breaking Shot, but he gets the double instead, and it's a double up on the lead, 2-4. The Beavers building a deeper dam.
Everything you just said was incredible, but I'm still stuck on you saying they must have heard me in the ears. Where else would they have heard you? I mean, like, what other body part are you going to hear someone with?
Through the kinetic soul, shape-shifting, you know, universal space. Like it was like a spiritual awakening for Breaking Shot there to have that game sense, something like that.
Sure, man. Whatever you say. Breaking Shot in a 1v1 here against Precision, but I think Precision was a little weak there, so backed up. And looks like we're about to tie this one back up, as it's now 4-5 in a 2v1 situation.
Oh, big over the top slay there from Huss, but Precision able to clean up on him, and Envy are keeping it close. A much more palatable path to a comeback here as they're only down 1.
Only down by 1. Plasma Pistol ringing out. Flashbacks to Halo 2 campaign, fighting the elites in New Mombasa. Going through the streets here. A little 1v1 breaking out, and it's perfect shots from Huss coming out with the battle rifle. Another 1v1. These guys are just ego challenging each other. I mean, this is kind of what you expect in a grudge match against former teammates, where they're not even trying to use teamwork at this point. They're just trying to 1v1 me, bro, on all parts of the map. But so far, it's Howdy Beaver is winning in that engagement.
Yeah, it feels like everybody in the lobby is just drawing a line in the sand and then crossing it, as Huss utilizing that overshield to win a melee battle, and then with the assist takes down his former teammate Precision. Breaking Shot assisting in that case scenario. From a team composition standpoint, Huss, is the support player. He's the one that's going to dish out assists like he's Jason Kidd in the finals 2011. Breaking Shot's going to be draining threes from deep like he's Dirk Nowitzki, but for now it's Envy with a crucial team wipe. They needed it as the lead has grown to 4. Envy have a chance to bring it back and swarm these spawns.
Okay, 4 kills, not a crazy lead in 2s, to be honest. It's a couple team wipes, but it's just going to be, you know what, how about just everyone die on the map? You know, we're all going to take a nap. You know, I know this map's supposed to be in Italy. Might as well be Spain. We're on siesta, taking a nap in midday before we get some appetizers at Abioko. But we're back in the battlefield now, and it is still a 4-kill lead. Every single kill has traded in the last several minutes.
Oh,
again,
wow.
We're all dead again.
Wow.
What's happening?
I thought Precision there going into that 1v1 fist fight with Breaking Shot would have had the advantage with the thrust, but Breaking Shot, high sensitivity player, turns on him and finds the trade. And about the halfway, a little bit beyond the halfway mark in this game, Howdy Beavers up 4. They'll take trades.
Plasma Pistol hits the wall as Precision quickly routes behind it. Trying to find a sneaky route. Doubles back, though. Must have had a call out there. And now still looking for Breaking Shot. His location's unknown. Breaking Shot in the middle of this pillar, I think in a very sneaky spot, and has not been seen just yet.
Precision trying to utilize the geometry and does so perfectly to avoid just one extra shot. Would have taken him down. That's the kind of gameplay they need to have if they want to bring this series back. Already down 0-2 and 2 in game 3. As we hop on board here with Piggy, he's got about 50% of an overshield left.
Oh.
The trade occurs. The sticky comes through in the feed. Piggy knows he's in a 1v1 with Huss. That's why he's going to step down on the gas. He's going to try to engage here. He knows he'd win this 1v1 against Huss, but Huss isn't giving him the fight. Instead, he finds the spawner Breaking Shot, and it's back to 2v2 action with Piggy with just about a second of overshield left. Is he going to engage with any of it? No, the grenade, the chase grenade takes him down actually to just a quarter shield.
And I think that both players were highlighted by the threat seeker. Now, Breaking Shot wins that 1v2 after Huss goes down. They have a 3-kill lead. If you're Envy, this is about to be a trip to the lower bracket. Unless you can come back here, they've got to start getting kills without trading. And it's a great start to the project as we see a perfect kill without a trade. Now 2v1 situation on the map. If they can take advantage of this, that would be massive, but no, great disengage. Now another trade comes out and they're still up by 2.
Howdy Beavers throughout the day here, not just in this series, have done a great job when up by a few deep into the game. They have just always secured the trade as they still find themselves up by 2 here, but Envy are within striking distance. 1 perfect +2 net outcome could tie it here, and Piggy and Precision have the chance to swarm on Huss as he's by his lonesome. Overshield up soon. This is a crucial moment in the match. They get it! 20 all, we're tied with OS up now. Can they stay alive, though, as Breaking Shot's off spawn has a couple of weak opponents that he could clean up?
Great routing from Precision, being so tricky, jumping around, and while he's distracted, Piggy gets the kill on the cleanup on the player chasing him. On top of that, they grab the OS, and all things have fallen apart for Howdy Beavers. Oh my god, he almost had the back smack, but the corner is checked at the last second. Precision gets that and still has a bandit shot worth of OS left.
Back breaking kill for Piggy here. And it might just be what gets them back in this series and a little bit of a mojo in their step. You can almost feel it here, confidently sprinting out, holding forward. They are not relinquishing control of this lead as Piggy takes Huss down without trading. The final death blow could occur here. But Breaking Shot stays alive, but not for long. Piggy, oink, oink, chases the damage. And we got ourselves a series.
Okay, Envy have fought their way back and are still alive in this series. I gotta say, though, I noticed Howdy Beavers really slowed down in the middle of that game. They had that 4-kill lead, and we saw Breaking Shot just crouching around, being a sneaky beaver instead of a Howdy Beaver for quite some time. And I don't think it really paid off, to be honest. I think that ultimately that's what led to their demise. That's when Envy started to come back, because he spent all that wasted time crouching around, and then Envy just kill him and bring it back. He didn't get any value out of it. So I'd like to see them change that and maybe play with more confidence going into the next one.
That was so impressive, especially in the sense that Envy were coming into that in a really tough spot, down 0-2. I mean, one of the worst performances you could imagine from them in game number 2. So they weren't carrying any momentum into a do-or-die must-have game 3. And then if you'll remember, off the opening break, they went 2 down, got swept. Howdy Beavers picked up the overshield, and it kind of just felt like, okay, this might be just a little too much for him to handle. But they brushed themselves off a spawn, came back, made it close. We're routinely down by 2, actually, all the way into the 20s, but found a way to find that clean +2 to tie it at 20 and then grab the overshield. Never look back. 25-21. Envy are back in the fight.
Back in the fight, indeed. And you look at these 4 players in the lobby, and it kind of feels like it could be a team, doesn't it? Like, all these guys have teamed with each other before on different rosters, but now facing off against one another and on very different teams at this day and age in 2025. It was a close one, just 4-kill difference. And going into game 4, Envy got to be feeling good about their bounce back. Going on to Nemesis. In my opinion, one of the best maps that we have in the ForgeHub scene, period. This Nemesis 2, a little bit smaller and simpler than the OG Nemesis map, but I don't know. This just feels very classic Halo. Has kind of like a Halo 1-esque layout, 2v2 vibe, and love this map.
Classic, symmetrical layout. And you mentioned Halo CE. That bridge across the middle really feels like Halo. As Precision trying to chase out the damage on Huss. Does a great job there. Knows that Huss is going to throw some chase grenades. So Precision chases him out instead with the grenade damage. And now Envy have the start we were always hoping for in this series. Can they roll with it and force a game 5? It's still early, but Envy are looking like a whole different squad than what we've seen.
Wow, look at this. He has camo, but he's being hunted in a forced trade. Once again, all 4 members in the lobby dead. One for the observer to switch to for a full 8 seconds. And now everyone spawns up on the map. It's going to be a mad dash for the power items that have spawned. I believe that is a sniper rifle on the ground over there. Breaking Shot gets the first slay. And it will be Huss best poised to grab the sniper. No, he's going to let Breaking Shot grab it as he covers him.
Huss plays up front on the front lines and is protecting this sniper rifle. I think it was actually picked up by Breaking Shot. Yes, it was. The UI indicator would tell me that it's in the hands of Breaking Shot, and now we get confirmation from the first-person point of view. 3 shots to work with, so I imagine this is one Eli where you spawn with 4. Great balancing by the Forge team, because 8 on a small map like this might be a little OP. 4-6 though. Howdy Beavers back on top.
Especially in 2v2. I mean,
yeah,
there's only 25 kills to play for, right? You've got 8 bullets in the snipe. That's a third of the kills in the game if you're able to convert them all. But he gets taken down. That sniper trades hands, still has 2 bullets in it. See what Precision can do with it. His name is Precision for a reason. Let's see if he can prove you why. But I like this. He's just kind of holding the cross, understands that there's only so many ways to navigate through the map. And if they try to enter into this half of the map, they would have to cross in front of him. trying to rely on some intel from Breaking Shot. Wins the 1v1 with the no scope body shot into the quick scope headshot with the bandit. He's gonna be able to get his shields back before his next engagement as well, and teammates have respawned.
Camo's up, but it feels like an afterthought for Envy as they're on the opposite side of the map. Breaking Shot on the opposite side as well. Huss would be the closest to it, but it looks like it's actually going to be Breaking Shot. That's the snipe, I believe. 7 to 8 here as Howdy Beaver's still up by 1. Nobody able to grab the camo just yet. Precision with the fisticuffs. Reversal ties things up at 8.
Yeah, both Camo and Sniper respawning at the same time. I want to say it's every 2.5 minutes. And Camo's going to go into the suit of Precision. Going to quickly use the lift to get to high ground as well, as his teammate Piggy has a Sniper up here. Wants to provide a little bit of extra cover for him. And really like their positioning here. Just kind of holding the top of the map. Looks like Precision has moved forward with the camo just a little bit to try to get some eyes to tell Piggy where to snipe.
Camo finally consumed by Envy as Precision playing cautious and careful with it. Huss does not know where he is, and it's that ability to take him by surprise that takes him down. But man, Breaking Shot does such a great job getting the double kill. Wow, takes down the camo and then takes down Piggy. We're tied again, 10-all. This game has been everything you could have wanted as we approach a potential reverse sweep game 5. Howdy Beavers, though, do regain the lead up by 1, but it is close. Just 1 HP to Huss's name.
Breaking Shot is on fire today. I do not want to enter into a 1v1 fight. I feel like even when he's down by a shot in the fight, he's somehow often coming out ahead. Now using the Shroud, jumping over his opponent's head, and Huss finds the back smack the whole time. Breaking Shot breaks the ankles of his opponents and somehow comes out ahead with the 2-kill lead.
Breaking Shot must be assuming that a spawn has occurred somewhat close here. He didn't feel like he had the timing to just go straight for the camo, despite the fact that everybody in the lobby was dead as he approached it. But his process has been determined. He's going to allow Huss to take down Piggy, but Piggy trades out, takes down Huss. Knocking back that grenade damage there was Breaking Shot. And despite the shaky shots, that just goes to show, even when he's not hitting the shots like we've seen, he's still coming out with the win up on top as Howdy Beavers look to close out the series. Breaking Shot, do not challenge this man 1v1. You will lose.
I think that was more about Precision's Gears of War strafe than it was about shaky shots from Breaking Shot. He's finally, does he stay alive here? He's got the camo. He goes invisible, but a beautifully executed grenade from Precision finally shuts down Breaking Shot. They needed that kill. And now it's Huss all by himself, trying to find a way through, but he also gets taken down, and it's a staggered situation for Howdy Beavers.
Breaking Shot just picked up the snipe, and despite getting heat checked previously by that grenade toss from Precision, he could turn it up and heat things up pretty quick with 4 shots in the S7. Watch out for the no scope here. He gets the body shot, takes his opponent down to 1 HP. Breaking Shot looking to get right back in the action, looking to find an escape route. But both Piggy and Precision for Envy have elected to just stay in the middle. Finally gets caught out. Breaking Shot earns the no scope, earns the assist, and now it's a 4-kill lead for the Beavers.
4 kills is a lot at this stage of the game. This is a uphill battle, to say the least, for Envy. Can do it though. Big and Precision, great teammates. Not sure if that shot did connect. Body shot crucial, and they're in perfect position where Piggy has nowhere to go, and that has grown to a 6-kill lead. Howdy just need 5 more to find themselves a spot in winners semifinals.
Turn out the lights. It might just be over. At least dim them a little bit. Start cleaning up. These Howdy Beavers have themselves a really, really strong lead here. Up by 7. Camo now in the suit of Breaking Shot. As he utilizes the man cannon to get right back up on top, but just a glimmer of visibility. Envy take advantage of it. And again, they're looking to chase him out. This would be 2 times in a row. Breaking Shot has gone down with the camo with some absolute precision. Homing missiles from Envy, but Breaking Shot does escape here. But because of all the pressure, Breaking Shot never got to go on the offensive until just now. In the waning seconds of camo, he's only got about 5 seconds left, but he's putting it to use.
Yeah, I don't know what more he can do though. Precision and Piggy playing their positioning perfectly. They do shut down one. Piggy running away with no shields. He goes down as well. So that's going to be 1 kill to go. And Envy are going to go to the lower brackets a lot earlier than probably most people expect.
Yeah, Breaking Shot has really impressed me, and it'd be fitting if he gets the final headshot onto Piggy as he does. Cooked bacon for lunch, a little BLT action for Breaking Shot as he has been on fire throughout the day, leading Howdy Beavers to a 3-1 series lead over Envy. Huss gets his revenge on Precision and will move on through the winner bracket.
Winter semifinals are upon us as Howdy Beavers have secured themselves a spot in it. Looks like they are destined to face off against Hative and Kid Nasty. That's going to be a fun matchup. On the other side of the bracket, it was the other two members of Envy also losing. Descendant and Yaxon fell to Sirion and Ivanized.
Wow.
And they await the winner of Collect Cycle versus Evolving Looney. So a lot of the heavy hitters falling. By the way, Hative and Kid Nasty defeated Falcated and Legend to get to the winner semifinals. 3-1.
Oh
so
my God.
This bracket is all the way upside down now.
That's how I first found Hative, was in year 1 of HCS, the Honda Fan Cup 2v2. I was playing with Ceridius, the #1 MNK player at the time, even before they added aim assist. And we ran into Hative and Native, and holy God, it was about the only game where we couldn't really compete was against Hative, and that's what I knew. This kid is really good. So despite being a little surprised to see him take down Falcated and Legend 3-1, I don't know, man. I mean, that kid's been dominating 2v2 since the very beginning.
Well, we do have a guest appearance of Legend in chat, and speaks enough English to tell me that the bracket might be wrong. He says they won 3-1. Okay, so that means
well,
that we
changes the narrative a little bit. We just get fact checked by a competitor. Legend, no
I mean,
less? Hey, what's going on, dude?
Need to you need to make sure that admins know who won, because right now the bracket is incorrect. We'll get that fixed though. So okay, that makes a little bit less surprising. Legend and Falcated will be the ones to face off against Huss and Breaking Shot. And then on the other side, assuming the bracket is correct, it was Sirion and Ivanized 3-0 over Descendant and Yaxon. We might want to double check that as well.
I was about to say, I just put myself into Legend's POV. He's feeling accomplished, right? He's taking a break in between a win in the series, and
He's
we're
like,
just
wait,
talking
what?
about. He's like in some kind of alternate universe where he just took the L to a couple of scrappy AMs. That would have been kind of funny, but no, it looks like, yeah, fact check has occurred as Falcated and Legend will take on Howdy Beavers. That's Huss and Breaking Shot in the winter semis. Can't wait for that matchup.
Hey, listen, he says, come on, guys. The bracket said what the bracket said. All right, we'll get it fixed, and we'll have that match coming up soon. Rush Hour facing Exceed, the last winners quarters match to be decided. But I think what we're going to do is, while we get into the next lobby, we will run a quick break. So don't go anywhere, guys. When we come back, we'll have one of these next matches ready for you.
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down on us, drown out the noise. And I'll trust that mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly?
Ага.
Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for taking me forward and back. It all I know leads right through to the start of the end where the past can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the mess. If it's you and I will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down on us, drown out the noise. And I'll trust that mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Are we just backseat lovers? Am I just
Как не могу найти арену? Ну как подниматься? Красавчик. А, это Илья, ничего себе, Илья отвечает. Охренеть, Full-Cated Legend против Халди Бьюс. Играют сейчас.
Hello everyone and welcome back to LVT Halo's presentation of the $5,000 2v2 ForgeHub tournament. Mikowski on the mic. Alongside me is my duo, Eli the Ninja. And speaking of, we might have the ultimate duos here in this series. Falcated and Legend taking on Huss and Breaking Shot. The composition just seems to fit Howdy Beaver so well, but they're gonna run in to the toughest task of the day. Falcated and Legend, probably the favorites in this tournament, but it's Howdy Beavers. Start off with the lead.
I'm convinced that any tournament Legend enters, he is the favorite to win it. So let's see if the hot start that Breaking Shot and Huss have had would continue. But that's exactly why I think that anything that Legend is in is having him as the favorite. He's so good at staying alive as he outputs damage. He's so in tune with his limits. And now when he's been gifted a sniper rifle, let's see what he can do with it.
That was insane. He was getting dunked on with the plasma pistol, finds his exit route, calls for help from Falcated, and executes the bait and switch to perfection. How Legend stayed alive there might take an entire Eli the Ninja Meta 5 VOD review to break down because it was that sick.
Okay, Falcated goes down early though. This is their chance to isolate Legend, but he wisely backs up, knows he's in a 2v1 situation, doesn't want to lose these two snipe bullets. Now that his teammate is back alive, may re-engage. Huss with some great peek shots, but I think he was still body shot there. No, Breaking Shot will shut him down, and now it's Falcated in a 2v1. And finally, we're seeing some great teamwork shine through from Huss and Breaking Shot. I love the bait and switch there.
Gosh, perfect bait and switch there. You can see Huss was kind of dipping beneath the planners there, and then when the moment called for it, pushed up to clean up on the damage that Breaking Shot had initiated. We're tied now. Back to a lead, back to a tie. It's back and forth we go as these two teams. There's a reason they're both in our winter semis. They've been probably the two best teams that we've seen at least, or even just checking the bracket so far. As Falcated sneaks away with the OS.
Oh my
the
God.
dynamo grenade damage though is absolutely massive as that takes him back down to regular vulnerable armor. I thought maybe he wasn't going to get a chance to pop the OS because of how strong the dynamos look, but Falcated and Legend with the OS grab two unanswered, and now have a 7-5 lead.
7-5 lead. Falcated has found a perch here, and what in the world? Where did Dusk just come from? Unfortunately, he gets spotted in 5 by Falcated, but he just like snuck out of the train. What was that?
It looked like he was walking off the BART or something like that. That was his exit, and I don't know, maybe his initial spawn as well. Because I don't know how else he could have got there without taking some shots at his opponent. As Legend now occupies the space that Hunt once found his demise, but doesn't take long for him to realize that's not the best spot on the map. Pushes out towards that courtyard, back to the tram, in the mid streets now as he finds his way down. Tough shots to hit. He is below ground. He has the low shield. And he goes down because of it. Now a chance for Falcated to try to clean up on some damage, but instead it's Howdy Beaver swarming Huss in particular. And Breaking Shot's already pushing up towards these next spawns. He seems to have this map figured out. He knows they're there. He knew they spawned there. Breaking Shot, despite not having much time on the map, seems to have it figured out.
Yeah, that was just great awareness and timing as well. He's basically using his Spartan's position to force a specific spawn point, and then also using his timing to now flank their most likely route afterwards, which is a skill that just about every pro Halo player has, but it's hard to put into words or to really understand what they're doing and how they're doing it. But great execution there from Breaking Shot. They've taken the lead by 2, and it doesn't feel like Falcated and Legend can even find their comfort zone.
Man, yeah, Falcon and Legend did when the game started, but Howdy Beavers pulled the rug out from underneath their feet as they now claim the 2-kill, 1 team-wide advantage. And with that advantage, I think they're content right there to play for the trade, especially knowing that Falcon had the OS. Let's try to take down 1. Let's try to take his overshield down to nothing. That way when we can spawn and regroup with an even 2v2, up by 1, which is the case here, 10-11. The Beavers still up.
Okay. Same way Howdy Beavers did to that.
Another lead change, as this one's been back and forth, still at the halfway mark, and we're tied once again. No telling which direction this one goes. But for now, the momentarily advantage belongs to Howdy Beavers. And what a time to earn the team wipe, Eli, as the sniper's up now. Us has it in his hands.
Doesn't feel like Legend quite has this map figured out just yet. We're not seeing him do the Legend things we're used to seeing, but Huss somehow gets the no-scope there. Oh, almost has the headshot lined up. There's a chance for the bank shot as well, but so far, Howdy Beavers doing a great job. Falcon with the disgusting win from inside the planters. Love that use of camouflage there.
Yeah, no active camo. Oh, but the green variety works just as well as us. Punches Legend right in the nose. Takes him down to earn a 3-kill lead for the Beavers here, as the OS is up in 5. Another crucial. I love that the way the Forgers have developed the sandbox and the timing. It feels like there's always something to play for. For now, it's the OS 1v1. As it looks like a trade-up will occur. Legend goes down, so too does Huss. Now the 1v1 belongs to Falcon and breaking shot. Looks like both down to even shields, but Falcon ultimately goes down. Breaking shot every single time we watched him in a 1v1. He's won it.
This guy is on fire today. Hunts down Legend with the perfect shot. Legend just trying to get out of dodge, but unfortunately the alleyways on this map don't allow him to get away. Now the next set of spawners have been identified. And these shot grenades, yeah, there's nowhere for Falcon to go. Breaking shot is just running through. Thought Legend had a sneaky spot. He does, but not the one he expected. And that's a good corner check from Breaking Shot to find another tree.
Phenomenal seeing of the situation there from Breaking Shot, up by 6. 3 full team wipe cycles would be needed, and it's only 3 kills needed for Howdy Beavers to take the win here in game 1. So you will see a lot of that left stick being held forward here, playing for trades. As Breaking Shot goes down, so too does Falcon. Legend doesn't want to trade it, so he backs up, disengages. I think Huss actually was thinking he might be playing for the trade, but Legend, seeing the situation pretty well there himself, played his distance, didn't open the door for a trade. Now it's only a 5-kill game. Needs to win this one with the thrust. He does. Down to 4. They have a chance.
It's one of my favorite uses of the movement in this game. You curve slide in one direction and then thrust the other side. Completely broke the ankles of Huss. They then catapult that into another kill. And now with this new sniper coming up, Falcon knows where they likely are. After the icon disappears, he knows his target is there. Falcon finds it. They're now only down 2, Hunter.
In endgame scenarios like that, power weapons and power
Так я не почти сравняю.
Falcon baits Huss, and now has the snipe in his hands. Only down 1. He could claim the game with the
Они сравняли.
He gets 1. Now Breaking Shot has to stay alive. The momentum is turned. It's now Howdy Beavers who
Посмотри, как они просто обходят. Всё. Legend просто пошел замыкать.
Comeback with the snipe, sliding out for the headshot. Huss is there, going for it with the bandit. The cleanup should occur from Legend. He's against the OS instead, 24-23. Falcon and Legend have every advantage you can imagine, and we're one step to right.
Falcon rotating the longest possible route through the outskirt, and Howdy Beavers, I think, read this. They're trying to run away, but now they can't. That should do it.
That'll do it.
Oh my god.
Falcon and Legend were down by 6 and go on an 8-0 uncontested run. 4 straight team wipes where Howdy Beavers couldn't get a single
Просто
slay.
они
That was
давали на
insane.
7 убийств.
You gotta feel like that was their chance to take the lead in this series and really have a chance to win it overall, but after the comeback is secured, that one's gotta hurt for Breaking Shot and Huss. They've been on fire all day though, and they're here for a reason, so you can't count them out just yet, but you gotta feel like that was a really important game 1 to win.
Oh, wow. That was unbelievable. I mean, golly. Falcon and Legend had no right winning that game, but they did, and now it's got to be Howdy Howdy Beaver is kind of, man, going back to the drawing board a little bit. Like, man, is that one, Eli, that you start to talk about? Like, how did we lose that game? Or you just put it in the rearview mirror and move on to Ilix?
I mean, you probably, in this exact situation, you probably just complain about the map and come up with an excuse for your inadequacy, to be completely honest, if you're one of these players. You just gotta move on. Just say, map sucks, let's play the next one. It doesn't actually suck, but you know how a player thinks.
Good point. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I agree. I think it's better off to just move on and, you know, chalk it up to not knowing the maps, not knowing the spawns, and saying, hey, we had them. Let's just get a next game. So, Falcon and Legend with an improbable comeback. I mean, one of the most exciting comebacks we've seen in these ForgeHub 2v2 tournaments, as they're able to win the game by 2. One of the closest games we've seen so far today. The most epic comeback we've seen so far here today. This winter semis between 4 of the best in the game has certainly delivered so far.
As indeed, and we're moving into Ilix for Game 2. Don't think we've seen this map yet on the broadcast. As we take a look at our best of 5 layout here. These are some new forgers we're not used to seeing. Igrazar and Cobra J24. Hopefully I said Igrazar correct, but I mean, look at all these beautiful maps these guys have put together. I am so impressed time and time again by the level of talent that these guys have. These are basically developers level maps, and these guys do not get enough credit.
Yeah, no, 100%. Phenomenal development, honestly, like developer level map creation here from all the forgers. But yeah, I'm going back to that end game moment, and we brought it up in real time because it felt like it could be consequential, and 3 visits brings it up in chat. But the choice by Legend not to trade in a situation where almost every single player, regardless of the situation, you almost get like that gravitational pull of knowing, well, I can get one if I just play for the trade here. But Legend was so disciplined, backed up, played for the clean slay, got it. And I think that was the catalyst, really, because it was still a 5 or 6 kill game when Legend made that play. But he opened the door up for the comeback by not affording that one trade. All it took was that one trade, that one situation that found Falcated and Legend on top. As we move to Ilix next. Hard to really see. I'm trying to, just based off the thumbnail, I'm trying to get a feel for what this could be, you know, inspired by from previous Halos or what we're working with here, but nonetheless, I'm excited. It looks like it looks like a forest of some sort, some kind of industrial plant.
I get like headlong vibes, low key, from Halo 2. Like a large building, maybe there's an interior in the building with like some type of spiral staircase in there, and then connection to another piece of the city there. So can't wait to get into this one. We're just waiting on the players to ready up. But I wanted to touch on something you just said about like Legend's decision to not trade in that situation. And I tried to explain this previously as we get into this game here. But there's a skill as a pro Halo player that you have to quickly assess the risk-reward calculation in different situations. And it changes based on the game state, based on the exact amount of damage. It's like a sixth sense that someone like Legend has. I think that makes him probably the best player in the world is his risk assessment in these situations. He almost always chooses correct.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, you think about just the, almost like what gathers the eyes and the attention, you know, like something like an overkill or 5 perfect shots like we see there from Legend, but you don't realize what makes you, excuse me, what makes you a complete player is having the smarts, the book sense, the game sense to back it all up. And man, that was impressive from Legend. Also impressive, Mama LVT with the 10 gifted subs. Love to see that. If you just got gifted a sub, why not celebrate by throwing some LVT emotes in the chat? Celebrate some ad-free viewing here. As Legend drops down onto Huss, has every advantage in timing, positioning, and shield advantage. But the advantage isn't too strong for Falcon and Legend here off the start, just a 4-3 lead.
Yeah, this map beautiful, by the way, and I want to also say thank you to Mama LVT. We hope to see you at another event soon, if you can make it, of course. Always appreciate your continued support. But yeah, it looks like there's kind of the center structure in the middle of the map that is pretty powerful. That sticky did perfect precision with the sticky grenade from Legend. This guy can do it all.
Oh my god, you brought up the Halo 2 map headlong, and that looked like a Halo 2 sticky landing, right? Just cross map, almost in slow motion. Dun, 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 dun. As Legend.
What?
Unicorn's breaking shot with the sticky.
What was that jingle? Can you walk me through that?
Dun, 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 dun,
And the
dun,
relevance?
dun, dun.
What is that? What are you talking about?
Piano. Oh, YouTube it, Eli. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. Help me. What are you talking
You've
about?
not heard that song? Dun 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 dun.
Not in your voice. What? Like, give me more context. What do you like just a dramatic? Like, are you just doing dramatic, like,
No,
cinematic
it's
scores?
every slow motion movie in the 90s had the slow motion applied with that song over the. Did you not go to Blockbuster growing up? Were you even conscious and alive as a 14-year-old? You don't remember this?
Bro, you don't sound like it sounded like in the movie, so it's not clicking. Like, what do you? Never mind. Let's move on. Breaking shot with a clean 5 on Falcator for the double kill. And they need to come back in this game. They're now down by 3.
Okay, 10-7 here. Someone in chat has to know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, then I am just really faded, and I will hold up my left hand as the most faded guy ever. As breaking shot, a couple of cross map shots on the Legend, but Legend has his reticle trained on him, and that was actually his undoing. Us with the flank. Bait and switch was probably Legend's probably still focused on breaking shot.
Wow.
But Huss took advantage of that. Huss and Falcated both trade out. Interesting enough, Huss had the 5 perfect shots, but Falcated just needed to clean him up with a body shot. So I imagine Legend maybe did a little bit of damage to Huss. So this one's back and forth, 11 to 10.
I must just be uncultured because now 2 people have said 2 movies that I've never seen or even heard of in my entire life: National Lampoon Vacation and Vangelis and Chariots on Fire. What?
Yeah, chat, let's go.
Am I
the faded one today, baby?
Do you? I just wanted a single example of what you were talking about. It's in Step Brothers. Okay, thank you. That's one movie I've seen. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, chat.
Appreciate that.
This is like the one faded battle I think I've ever won. As both players straight out there with the use of the rockets, Falcon wins that one outright. A tough, contested mid-range gunfight, and are the rockets glitched? Oh, the rockets are glitched.
You know what? Now I think I see it in my head. Was it in Zoolander in the gas station scene where the gas station is blowing up,
I think so.
catching on fire? Okay. Now I can hear it. Okay. It just came to me. Thank you, chat.
It's hard to like mouth that sound. So I might have.
I think you needed to be a little higher pitched. Yeah.
I might not have had the right tone or pacing, but it was close enough.
A gasoline fight, bro. Anyways.
So, dude, and all the looks being served. Okay. Grabs the camo, but goes down shortly after with it. No advantage taken with the power up. Both players go down. It's a clean +2 that brings Howdy Beavers back to within 2. Can they roll off their advantage? Breaking shot with a great nade. Team shot from Huss across the map takes him down. Now it's a staggered split spawn in a 2v2 scenario. I wonder if Falcon spawns with Legend. He's taking so much pressure. I don't think Falcon is going to spawn with Legend. He's going to also spawn on the other side of the map, which is going to lead Legend into 1v2. Yes, Falcon does spawn on the other side of the map like we predicted, but quickly gets back into the fight and cleans up on the damage. Falcon did a great job turning a tough spawn into a good situation. Falcon and Legend still up by 2, but this 1v1 could change things here as Falcon goes down to 1 HP. Us does as well, so I think they're both content to reshield and go again.
Look at the reticle discipline from Falcon. He knows that Huss has nowhere else to go, just waiting for him to reappear. And wow, great connection there. Mid thrust on his target. He goes down though. Huss wins that. It's a 2-1 trade in favor of Howdy Beavers. They're now only down by 1. New item spawning, but Huss
resources. Will the life get wasted too?
does it need to? I think Huss just fell off the map. It didn't look like he knew where that ledge went. Now it's Breaking Shot all by his lonesome. New camo's up. Breaking Shot's in a precarious position. Legend's able to grab the camo. And this has gone from bad to worse. I don't know if Howdy Beavers can have a way out of this. They've got to play patient. They know that camo is lurking somewhere.
Legend and Falcade both with 11. Actually, 75% of the lobby has 11 slays, so kind of an interesting anomaly to note. Still a close game though, 22 to 19 here, 3 kills, 2 possessions, so it would take more than one team wipe for Howdy Beavers to come back, and with just 3 kills needed to win this game. They gotta have it right here, but they do not. Falcated clutches up instead. Legend contested long-range fight against us. Now, not able to clean him up, but I imagine he's calling on Falcated to clean up the damage. There he is, Johnny on the spot. Falcated brings Legend and himself to within 1 of a 2-0 lead in this series.
This looks like it's just a matter of time. They played that situation so patiently. Howdy Beavers, I thought, played it well too, though. When you know Camo's lurking, you can just kind of wait. Get the opening break slay here. New rockets coming up. And if Huss gets these, this is their ticket back into this. But no, unfortunately, shoots the rocket a little bit too close. And the splash damage takes himself out there to close it out. And it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Falcated and Legend. Both those games extremely close, though.
Yeah, every single one of these games has come down to the final gunfight or so, it feels like. And man, it just feels like to me, though, there's a lot of question in sports and in even competitive gaming. Does momentum really matter? I don't know. There's times where the competitors make it seem like momentum doesn't matter. They're just able to bounce back after a really, really tough sequence where you kind of think like it's all going against them. A little bit of what it felt like, though, for Howdy Beavers in that game 1, where they were up by 6 into the 20s. I think it was 23 to 17 or so, maybe even 24 to 19. I mean, it was deep into the game. Howdy Beavers had it secured, but Falcated and Legend stole it, and it feels like they're in a situation where they're just not going to look back.
It's definitely one of those situations where you put so much effort into winning and then still just come up short in the end, and so much energy was expended in the effort of winning that it's now depleted and no longer exists for the next. Meanwhile, Falcated and Legend invigorated with extra energy after the dub. And it is certainly a momentum game that we play here. And now going into Dawn Chorus, which I would argue maybe the most competitively balanced and kind of will highlight the better team almost always. I think this one will be close again, but I think Falcated and Legend should be able to be comfortable on this mode and have good teamwork in most of the engagements.
Will it be Falcated and Legend's swan song as they approach the winter final, or will dawn strike another day for the Beavers as they look out across the pond and try to give themselves one more day, one more game, one more chance to extend this series? And if I recall, Eli, it was Sorcerer where they absolutely destroyed Envy by 10 or so. I mean, spectacular level of gameplay from Howdy Beavers previously on Sorcerer. So if there's any type of motivation, if there's any type of we can do this, that's got to be the rallying cry. Hey, let's just take game 3, start it one game at a time. But as I look ahead in the series layout, we're pretty good on Sorcerer last time, so let's just get this dub, Us. As I imagine that might be what Breaking Shot says to him off the start. The opening break going to be so crucial.
I think Camo already in the suit, so Falcated and Legends, finally they get their first kill, but they're both weak. And that's a huge pickup. Perfect kill while down in that fight. That's definitely keeps things close. And sorry, there's no camo. These players are just so sneaky. They look like they had camo. Legend gets the trade on the Huss. One snipe bullet left. Overshields to win this, but doesn't realize his target jumped over his head and still wins it anyways. What?
Falcated had... the 1v1 and wins the OS. Unfortunately, though, for him, Legend needs no overshield. He's just OP.
5-1. Teammate doesn't have a kill yet. Has 2 assists though. But Legend just finds a way through the chaos to come out on top time and time again. Gets the trade there in a situation where he's basically dead to rights. That's a big trade, but also big for Howdy Beavers to shut down Legend and get this snipe bullet in their hands.
One shot left, and it's perfectly lined up for the slide. Us anticipating the fast and aggressive push around the corner from Legend. instantly takes his face, but goes down fairly shortly after. As Falcated and Breaking Shot engaged in another 1v1. Breaking Shot, don't do it again.
The chase is on. Legend doesn't care. He goes straight up the lift behind him, and this fight is still bottom center. Legend finds the kill, but it gets traded out. Still tied. New overshield spawning. This is a crucial fight here. Winner of this might be gifted the overshield.
Falcated did enough with the damage to work him off. Oh, he gets popped. It almost got depleted, did Huss, before getting that extra overshield energy, as he's now got about a quarter left.
Would have been to turn around and stick the OS player, but it doesn't matter when Falcade is hitting shots like this, that he can trust his teammate will clean up.
A reticle swipe, as you'll see from Falcated there, just absolutely phenomenal reaction time, awareness and accuracy as Huss goes down, break across the way a little bit, so he should have full shields. Potential to clean up on Legend and Falcated, who had lost some in the fight, but no, Breaking Shot gonna elect to wait for Huss to spawn and go again. Down by 2 team wipes. Howdy Beaver's got to at least find a trade here to keep things close.
Bucketed now. Pretty sure his opponents will show up somewhere on this side of the map. He's playing a little bit cautious, really trying to make sure he gets first shot in the next engagement. They've got the lead right now. Don't want to give it up for free. First damage output by Legend that's going to force Huss back.
In terms of slays accrued and sniper taking advantage of as well. So Breaking Shot Huss only down by 2. Look at him playing all the way along on the outskirts. He's going to actually push up in a 1v2. He's leaving Huss on the other side of the map to pick up the snipe because he knows that with this overshield, he might be able to clean up on the damage, and Huss finally does get back into the fight. Probably going to work himself back to the sniper now. You might see Legend and Falcated spawn pretty close to it, though. And yeah, there's Legend spawning right on top of the snipe. That's why I thought Huss was maybe going to stay on this side, but helps out his teammate and then helps out himself. A portion of Legend goes down 15-16. Howdy Beavers have stolen the lead, and a no-scope attempt goes through for Huss. Not going to get it. Close range, no-scope melee.
Ooh.
Gets it. He gets the cleanup. That's huge from Breaking Shot, helping out his teammate in a pinch. And now it's Howdy Beavers up by 2 in the endgame.
It's all started from great overshield grab and some great value being had from it. Breaking Shot tries to line up the flick shot, but doesn't quite move the thumb far enough. So now he gets taken down, and Legend and Falcated have a chance to get themselves back into a tied position. They have, but it's Falcated at the low ground with low shields. Finds a sniper rifle, and Legend wins the 1v1 on Breaking Shot. They've taken the lead once more.
Oh man, Falcated was like the cameraman there. He just provided a great angle of the 1v1 between Breaking Shot and Legend, as Legend ultimately comes out on top in that gunfight, now lining up the reticle towards the waiting push. Oh, but he gets split as the reticle in between Breaking Shot and Huss, and Breaking Shot with that slight advantage in the time.
Wow.
Takes him down. Needle out. Peak missed. Not enough. You needed just a few more, maybe 3 or 4 of those needlers to connect to force the combustion. As Legend goes down, Falcated should here as well, and Breaking Shot does so without trading out. Huss does so on the other side with the OS, and it's back and forth. Howdy Beavers back up on top in the endgame. 4 kills needed, and a full OS for Huss.
He's got the plasma pistol too, which means his opposition does not have it, which is the 1 counter to his OS. That's massive for him. They need to find some slays quick though. They want to get some value out of this OS. Only a couple more bandit shots worth of overshield left. Gonna try to reroute. Doesn't get the clambered though. And Legend and Falcated playing so tricky, forcing them into these choke points with grenades waiting. And this fight has been so mixy from start to finish. Finally picks a good time to re-enter the shroud. Legend gets taken down, and if they can take Falcated here, this might be worth the game.
Waiting for Breaking Shot to clean up on Falcated, but wow, Huss just absolutely reaching a flow state here in the most critical moment in the match. 23-20 here, as Howdy Beavers saying hello in this series. This could be their first dub, but Huss goes down back to a two-kill game. Breaking Shot anticipating that he's going to get swarmed here, tries to back out, re-engages, in a tough spot, 22-23. This one's not done yet.
That was a risky reach out. Probably thought the other member of Falcon and Legend was on the other side of the map, but he gets cut down. They still have a 1-kill lead. This next fight, so crucial. Legend gets a perfect through awkward positioning to tie things up. Breaking Shot has nowhere to go. Back-to-back perfect kills put Falcated and Legend on game and series point.
Unbelievable. The comeback is giving deja vu from game number 1, where Howdy Beavers all but had it wrapped up. We're practically in the post-game lobby before Falcated and Legend came back with a vengeance, and they do once again. And games 1 and 3 won by miraculous comeback. Howdy Beavers should be up 2-1 in the series. Instead, they're dropping to the lower bracket with a 3-0 sweep.
It was so smart by Falcon and Legend at the end. They know the aggression that Huss likes to use in those moments. They said, let's just sit and aimbot him. He's going to try to swing one side, then he's going to walk to the other side. They predicted everything he was going to do and perfectly countered it. What a brilliant way for that end game to play out. And by the way, every single one of these games was either 2 or 4 kill difference. These games could not have been closer despite the 3-0 scoreline.
Yeah, that was nuts. And man, the resolve from Falcated and Legend, like I said at the end, I could very well make a case for a 2-1 series lead for Huss and Breaking Shot, but Falcated and Legend, that's why you play all the way through to the whistle, and maybe even in a sense beyond that, as that's what it felt like, the type of energy that Falcated and Legend brought to the arena today, as they just would not take no for an answer, would not go down without a fight. And despite being down as many as 5 or 6, with just 2 kills needed for Huss and Breaking Shot, they go on that 6-0, 7-0 streak in games 1 and 3 to earn the 3-0 series sweep, as we will reset and re-rack for our parallel winner semi on the other side of the bracket. We'll figure out who's going to be competing in that next, as Falcated and Legend move on to the winner's final. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
This way, my mind is slipping away now, looking. But the way that you look at me, I'm so lost that it's all I see. And those eyes are my therapy, takes me right out of the rain. And when life wants to fuck with me, there's no place I'd rather be. My remedy makes me forget all the pain, and I can't see straight. I can't see straight. I can't see straight. I can't see straight.
Конченые, блядь.
Nickson, I want to say, made it to the grand finals of a previous 2v2 tournament. I can't recall if they won or lost, but we know they can go the distance. And on the other side, you got Chosen, which is Ivanized.
Oh.
So I do think these teams are pretty evenly matched. I think Ivanized is an underrated player in the scene that might have a good year coming up here. But already underway in the action, it's going to be Looney with the OS and Evolving with the first kill. Chosen finished their winners quarters much sooner than Exceed did. The Exceed series just recently ended and they were waiting quite some time, a 5-game series. So maybe Chosen a little bit cold starting off here while should be still quite warm. See Evolving gonna retreat with the sniper, and they have the lead, right? So they don't even really have to be the ones to engage, as we see them actually disengage and force their opponents to come to them.
Yeah, that's the invisible hands, and you got to come to us. Whacking them in. Because you're right, it's on Chosen. Underneath the deficit here. It's only 2, so it's still a really close game. But wow, look at this. You can actually see Exceed back up and then rotate right, while Chosen rotate all the way around the other side of the map. It's going to be a little while before they re-engage with each other. There we go. Finally, Evolving taking a shot. That sniper rifle ready to roll. Looney with 5 perfect shots once again. With the sidekick out for the close range battle that might just drop on his forehead. But no, it doesn't come. I'm surprised. I was expecting a chase there, especially with the overshield available. The Chosen do finally get on the board. Sirion with 1. Now he's got to worry about the OS pushing through. Looney gets another. Make it 2. The double kill reversal at that perfect utilization of the overshield. They're on top by 5 early.
And the slow, steady, and methodical gameplay out of Exceed pays off. They just kind of played keep away for a while until it mattered to push, which was when the OS came up. And look at this. They've got even more snipe ammo to work with as they have now rotated for this as well. Looney's location has been spotted, though. Chosen needs to get this kill. But looks like he's able to get his shields back. Looked like he wanted to shoot the grenade, but kind of forced to attack right there. But yeah, so far Exceed showing that they do not care how long the game takes. They're going to try to play it as optimally as possible.
Yeah, up until this point in the day, every 2v2 has felt like a wall of death at a metal concert, right? Let's just all hold forward, sprint towards the middle, and the team comes out on top and still alive. In this one, it's felt much more like a tactical S&D. Chosen have cut this lead within half. They finally heat check Looney. Like he was about to run amok, but he finally takes a couple seconds to think about what he's done. That was huge to shut down Looney. Chosen a chance here. They're down 3.
Look at this Evolving just perfectly playing out of the sight line. Okay, does finally re-engage. It takes a body shot for peeking there. And Looney dies at the same time. So this is definitely a moment where Chosen know they have the upper hand. Could predict that this player wrapped all the way backwards. pick up from evolving in a situation where the tides could have turned, keeps himself with the lead.
You do see that they do play fast and aggressive. That was a good example of it right there. Oh my God, fast and aggressive, right in the waiting reticle of Sirion as he takes the face of one. Now it's just Looney left alive. That's going to open up the opportunity for Ivanize to grab the OS. Box control in favor of Chosen, so while they don't have the lead, they can certainly tie things up with a few well-timed uses of this OS. I think the sniper's been depleted. I'll wait for that to come up once again.
There, a lot of damage has been done to OS, but not enough. Oh no, the melee misses though, and the trade comes out. Sirion picks up the other player in the process, so they brought this down to within just a 1 kill game. How do they play from here though? They want to likely keep the pressure on, try to get some spawn kills, but they're just gonna hold hands for now, rotate through the outskirts, and it's a full-on collision. Both teams down to no shields, and they're both gonna
That trade could be massive for Exceed. Looked like Ivanize had his opponent dead to rights. Would have been 7 all, instead 7-8 in that moment, but the blink of an eye, 2 kills go in favor of Chosen. Make it 3? No. Exceed back to a tie game, 9 all, and Eli, as I look ahead, this might be the first game that comes down to time, so again, tactical gameplay on display here. Now you got to work out the clock. Almost is like another factor in this match.
for sure. You know, if they pace at the same number of kills per minute, not reach the 25 kill mark. So that makes every kill even more important when you think about it, because now a 1 kill lead might be the difference if this clock does ultimately expire.
Looney to his lonesome. He's on the respawn screen. Close, closely nearby though. Looney's gonna have a chance to pinch or collapse or just go straight up 2v2. Sirion and Ivanize, but Looney gets chased back and goes down. Sirion has 1 snipe left. Could go for the no-scope, but oh my God, evolving slides through and somehow takes him down. He's got the OS and 1 more snipe left to work with. How the hell did he survive and take down both?
Sirion kicking himself, missed, I think, just 2 bandage shots, but those 2 misses lead to a very different game state. Evolving now with 1 bullet in the sniper and a full OS to take into the next set of engagements. He's gonna get melted though. Ivanize with some clean shots from long range while Sirion takes the front line, and they did a good job to bounce back after that blunder in the previous play.
Yeah, that's a good way to just get it off your radar and push up off the front foot. Speaking of, there's Ivanize with the sidekick. Very fast rate of fire. A fast slay to take down Looney. They've now built a 2-kill lead here as Ivanize and Sirion wrap around the outskirts, looking to double up on the sniper possession. Did that land? It did! Sirion took the face of Looney. He's popping off with the snipe and might just get another one here. It's up at 15.
That was just barely at the same time. Observer, Callus switched to his POV. Basically perfect timing there. Now, with the new sniper up, Ivanize, Sirion holding the line here. Want to output some damage though. Know that they're likely to be collapsed on here in the near future. Sidekick has been highly valuable for them, and now they're going to get away with the sniper. It's going to be 1 body shot. Can they be cleaned up? No. Evolving will ultimately kill both members of Chosen, and now he's got 2 bullets to work with. We got 4 minutes on the clock, so it's still very possible to go to time, but not if Evolving starts hitting shots like that.
We've seen all day and all year how Exceed play in these 2v2 tournaments. Very cautious, very calculated, very careful, very safe. But down in this match, they're going to have to show how they can play aggressive and cut that deficit out. Exactly what we saw there. Brought him back to within a tie game, 16 all. Both players and teams needing 9 more slays each, 3:40 left on the clock. This could very well come down to a 1-kill game with 1 second left.
Every single engagement now magnified. You have to be careful. Look how long Looney waits to proc the OS, and they had the plasma pistol ready, but the first charge shot goes wide. Great grenade placement from Looney. That's going to prevent that player from re-engaging with the newly charged plasma pistol. teams kind of rotating around each other. It'll be very interesting to see if they can catch their opponent off guard.
No more OS, but Evolving does have one more snipe in his hands. Lines up, free fire, perfectly head level. You can see when Looney pushed through, the back of his head was in his scope. That lined things up for Evolving here. Imagine the bait and switch to come through, but Evolving's not watching that lane. Evolving's trying to flank, while Sirion and Ivanized push through collectively as a team of two, and now it's a 1v2 for Evolving to win, but he's only got one shot in the snipe, and he does not find any damage there. 18 to 16, Chosen are on top with just 2.5 left in this game.
Well, one minor miscommunication leads them separated, and then it's a staggered couple of deaths. Now, Chosen have the option to be the ones to run away. They say you wanted to run away at the beginning. Now you have to come to us if you want to bring this game back with just 2 minutes on the clock. We could get to the 25 kill mark. The speed has certainly increased, and now Exceed forced to push. They have to press the issue. New overshield and sniper coming up as well. We're about to see some action.
I think Chosen are starting to kind of write the book on how to play against this Exceed roster. You have to find an early advantage to get them out of their game, to get them to force and push through as the overshield gets melted there for Evolving. A big 1v1 here between Looney and Ivan. But Ivan up by 2. He's taking a page out of the Exceed book. He's backing off and saying, hey, you guys got to push us. Especially so, not only with the situation on the scoreboard, but on the clock. 90 seconds left.
New sniper as well. These kills keep trading out. Chosen loves every single time this happens. Sirion with the slide out, no scope is going to be enough to clean that up. And with just a minute and a half on the clock, Exceed have to play extremely fast into these last few engagements.
That might have been the death blow there from Sirion. Hitting himself in the corner. Landed that no scope. So that's going to prevent Looney's push. On the right side, I believe it's Evolving trying to make his way, but no, Evolving doesn't feel safe to collapse because Looney cannot maintain presence in the fight with low shields. Looney eventually gets his shields back up, gets the slay. That's going to make it a 1-kill game. It does! And no trade out occurs. The frag doesn't trade out. 1-kill game with 1 minute left.
It was definitely not how he envisioned that play. Hitting out 45 seconds. If you're Chosen, what do you do here? Do you just try to rotate away? It looks like that is the plan. Now rotated. Sniper spawn. It's not going to be up soon, and now Looney's going to be flying into him. Locates them, but the grenades. He must have heard the footsteps as they're about to round the corner, and now they're in this awkward position. They've got to turn both sides. Great damage. They've tied it up. 20 seconds to go.
For your life, Sirion. Oh, but he runs into the waiting hits of Looney. Oh, but Sirion wins it. But he gets for 23 all with 12 seconds left. Are these players going to engage in a 1v1 for the freaking win? Or are they going to back up and both agree to play for OT? Okay, they're going to back up and both agree to play for OT. I was about to say, man, the confidence to take on that gunfight would have been nuts. We're going to reset 2 kills needed for both of these 2 teams in OT.
Overshield. This fight will win the game. Whoever gets this overshield. Both teams pushing each other back from the back sides. Push forward. Finds the melee. The plasma pistol goes wide, and Sirion just has to run away. He's been able to survive for a while, but now he's been triangulated, and that's gonna do it. Evolving and Looney in dramatic fashion somehow close that out.
What a game. And I talked about the trade. I said if it comes down to a 1-kill game, think about this moment later on when Ivanized had his opponent in the right hand, the high ground, and in the transferring of position from the high ground to the low ground, seemed to have lost his footing or his orientation, and ultimately traded out in a situation where it looked like he was going to get it cleanly. That ended up being the difference. That ended up opening the door to OT or Exceed able to come back down by a full team wipe in the final 30 seconds. End up coming out on top in OT. What a game.
Insane game. I mean, I think that map plays into the style that Exceed like to play, where they have the option to disengage and then re-engage at will. I think that looking at the next couple maps, that same strategy is not going to be as available because the map is a bit more open. There's less hiding spots, there's less corners to chill in. So I don't expect this next game to go to time or overtime. I think it'll be a little bit faster. We've also got the rockets that spawn every so often that are going to be highly consequential. to get into this next game.
Yeah, bro.
Man, that was a thriller of a game, dude. Oh, man, that was just absolutely insane. It literally came down to 1 kill and 1 second left, like we had dreamed of. It ended up being the dream matchup between these two teams, as both are fighting for a chance to appear in the winter final where Legend and Falcated wait. So you better get your licks in here. You better get opened up, right? You better use this as a playing ground, or proving ground, really. An opportunity to take on two of the very best in Halo. Causing upset as we sights to Illix. Game number 2 kind of feels a little bit like headlong, I think you said. Cool like earlier. Very forest driven. I think an Illix is actually a vast genus of more than 400 species of deciduous or evergreen shrubs and trees, known for their handsome foliage, usually pretty glossy, and their colorful berries. Illix, also known as holly, is a family of Aquafolia sicisi, and only the living genus in that family. So, oh man, so it actually
Aquafolias. That's the
fits,
name of
right?
another map.
Yeah, you can see. You can see the foliage right there. You can see the trees and the shrubbery. They're sticking out right in the face. It's right in the foreground. It almost looks like it's like photobombing. Like you can see that tray. You can draw like a stick hand on it and wave it at us. Like, hey, SBT. As we'll descend to Illix for game number 2.
A smaller, like a subsection of Headlong, perhaps. At least that's like the vibe that the building gives me. But yeah, we saw last time this was played, the Rockets, really important. This one in that central kind of elevated platform, and then you've got the camo that spawns across the way on the other side. I think both spawning at the same time. So teams have to kind of play a game of, are we going to go for just one or the other, or try to go for both and split our resources? The timing of who wins those fights at those critical respawn junctures. So we'll have to see how these strategies play out. I think we're going to be forced into more action than we saw in the first game.
Rockets are going to be a contributing factor here. Sniper, I believe. On this map, it's going to be the Rockets that take the main stage and main priority. Power weapons to consume. Who's able to grab onto the Rockets. Now, it's not
Fucking
small
help
map, it's
over
not
here.
tight
Like,
corner,
what the
right?
fuck are you guys
So,
doing?
grabbing Rockets, it doesn't guarantee you those close proximity slays where you can easily land a rocket, beat an opponent, stay alive yourself. In the previous Illix matchup, we saw Legend with the Rockets. Got forced into doing some sniper range shots with the Rockets. So, just because you grab the Rockets doesn't mean you're going to get good use out of them. And I think that's one of the reasons we don't see him GA as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that GAs are as prominent in twos just because there's only so many things to pick up on the map, especially because these orders have designed these maps to be played 2v2 specifically with player feedback. So, I mean, we saw the Newberg get picked up earlier. It doesn't seem like they care all that much, but here we go. We've already got the Rockets in hand of Sirion, and he gets taken out by a grenade. So you're exactly right. No free Rockets to be had. Ammo has yet to be picked up just yet.
I need one more, Nick. I need
There's
one
one
more.
of those medium range, long range shots with the Rockets. So there you can see a perfect example of it in real time. The Rockets are not
I'm with you. I'm with you.
guaranteed as two in the two. Even no slays. But we've had plenty here off the start. 5 in total. Exceed.
True, Sirion recognized that he was revealed by that threat seeker. Right back out in the open and taking advantage of that. Yeah, the shields have regened, but the positioning was won because of that damage. But look at the way Chosen have played it. They funneled Exceed into shared sight line so they can team shoot that player, and now rolling with the camo doesn't feel comfortable to start shooting until now. But can he find a kill out of this?
I'm thinking the same thing of Alding is, where does his teammate go? Sirion, sensing that Ivanov had dropped, didn't want anything to do with camo.
So
he actually rotates, takes down Looney. That ended up being the right play, but Ivanov disengages while re-engaging with the teammate that doesn't have camo. Looney, love that play. But Looney on the other side, comes up off the respawn with the 5
probably have my fucking kill.
Looks like an overshield waiting to be picked up.
Fucking do it to me.
That on the map.
Down in front of the guy.
So it's going to be highly contested. See it there. It's going to be Camo. 8 to 9 here as Exceed still up on top by 1. The battle for Camo has begun. The Chosen have a one-team advantage or one-player advantage on it. That's how they're able to muscle their way through and grab it.
There's tied 9 all, and the more I look at this map, the more I feel like it. Halo Reach campaign. It does feel like you would play Halo Reach and
Firefight almost even.
yeah, I think this would be a great firefight map actually. This should be used as armor lock or evade as I navigate through this building and fight the elites. Instead, it's going to be jetpack would be very nice as well. Shout out to Igrazard, saw him in chat earlier. One of the makers of this map. This is about as close as it gets. Finally, a 2-kill advantage now for Chosen. And evolving with some good pressure. He gets traded out though. It's still 2-kill.
Pacing a little bit faster than the game 1 that we had, but still could be potential depending on how these next couple of battles go. If we have another thriller of an endgame finish with waning seconds on the clock. The Rockets are up. Picked up by Looney. We haven't seen much use from the Rockets. Nobody's been able to make a great case for picking them up. But Looney finally gets what feels like the first slice with Rockets in this match, already at the halfway point. And what do you know? He goes 2 for 2. Bring his team back to within 1. That was one of those plays you had to have.
Yeah, excellent recognition of the situation where the player was likely to be. Also excellent rotation of the items in the sandbox. Grab that thrust immediately, but that thrust will fall as he gets taken down. It's a 2 for 0 trade in favor of Chosen. This game has flipped on its head. Where Exceed were previously ahead by 2, now down by 3. That kill swing in the favor of Chosen.
Tyrion has that battle rifle out, anticipating a long-range gunfight. What's the bandit here? That player approaching from his right does play the process right, but the speed, the aggressiveness, the initiative was too strong for Looney. He picks up the camo and in one fell swoop takes down Ivanized as well. But now both players for Chosen on the respawn screen, and still a full bit of camo left to work with. He's still got at least 20 seconds to it, so he doesn't have to rush. His next play here, he can ping a couple of locations of the enemy, allow his teammate evolving to maybe get the first shots in, and then he can clean it up. It's exactly how it goes down. Looney perfectly playing this camo grab. Down by 1.
That was clinical. I mean, I love the way he also pinged both players, just utilizing the camo for info. But great fight back from Sirion. He's able to find both kills here and get his team into a 3-kill lead now. And now the teamwork is flowing, evolving, and Looney getting picked apart in these bandit fights. 5 kills, the greatest lead we've seen so far, I think, in the series. And Chosen look to tie things up here. They've just got to close this out. Trades are now their friend.
Clapback responses from Chosen have them up 5 in the last 60 seconds. Exceed had brought it to within 1, and in both of those instances, Chosen got a free clean +2 to make it a 3-kill game. Now they've doubled up on that, 21 to 15. It's a 6-kill advantage as they start to sprint their way through to the finish line. They're up 7 out of nowhere. This series has been back and forth, 1 or 2 slays separating these two teams, but now it's a unbelievable. Give the win to Chosen. They got it.
Yeah, still got a rocket left to work with. Still know where these spawners are. Sirion's running him down with the commando. Takes him out of the equation. Now, Ivanized looks to close. I mean, I needed that, man. Just, I don't need energy to get through this one. Okay. Looney down to no shields. And it's a killing spree for Ivanized to close it out.
Golly, a 9-kill win? What we were talking about could come down to the final seconds in another OT thriller. Chosen mash their foot down on the gas and tie up this series at 1.
So it might go all the way to 500. I'm starting to feel it.
Feels like
Kind of felt it. I kind of felt it as the series was loaded up, to be honest with you. Don Chorus going to be an interesting one, but really impressive display from Chosen. Exceed kind of falling apart in the last half of that game. Things were very close. They even had the lead Chosen just honestly started winning their bandit fights, whether it was a teamwork situation or just out shooting them on a one-to-one basis. Very impressive stuff.
How do you think this next map plays out in what we've seen? This has felt like the most tactical, strategy-driven of the series we've had. Like I said earlier, most of the series kind of felt like a wall of death, where both sides just meet in the middle and see who comes out on top. This felt like we're playing a different game, almost like we're playing SND or Splinter Cell. I can't really quite put my finger on it, but Don Chorus translate to the strategies that we've seen deployed here from both of these two teams.
Honestly, I feel like the flow of Don Chorus is going to be similar to what we just saw in Ilix. It's going to be a little bit faster. I don't see a world where we get in overtime on this map. It's just not, it doesn't have as many of the hiding spots and slim choke points as we see on good old days that kind of slow things down. I think this is going to be a fast one, and maybe favors Chosen, because Exceed do like the more, measured approach to their strategy, and I think that when things are fast and there aren't a lot of places to hide and be tricky with your strategy, that's when Chosen kind of shine.
I agree entirely with you, and I think the key here again for Chosen is to get the lead and force Exceed to chase. We know what Exceed can do with the lead. They're very unlikely to give it up. Probably one of the best teams in this tournament went on top, and they're going to get back on top at the start. Chosen got the first blood, went down and drove shortly after. 2-1 Exceed up and with the snipe, and this is where they start to play from the advantage, and don't give up. 2 headshots from Evolving. Can we see a triple kill here from the spawn point? Yes! Oh, no, he doesn't get it. Where's Jeff Steitzer when you need him? The overkill. I'll call it if he hits it. Triple instead. Sick.
Man, that was a disgusting sequence of plays. Evolving seemingly knowing exactly where to look every single time, has the spawn points memorized. Also some great help from his teammate, really giving him some good intel on the front lines. But they finally come to a halt. Trying to still be the opening maker for Evolving here, taking on the front lines, and the teamwork in perfect positions for them. Want that last player down. Ivan I's now in a position where he probably just has to slow down and wait. You cannot get a little too impatient here. If you're on the side of Chosen, you just got to keep playing your game and reset.
And now Chosen feel pressed to grab this next power up, down by 2 to 8, now 3 to 8 as they do earn the trade, but timing looked like, okay, Evolving comes back off the spawn, so he can contest. Perfect timing, it feels like, to grab the OS. Exceed being the ones to grab the overshield. Their advantage state only continues to grow.
How many shrouds are on this map, by the way? This guy had 3 in his pocket. just yet. Finds one. It's probably going to be two here. Don't see any way they get away with this. So Chosen did fight back though impressively. The problem is still down by 6. And this is one of those maps that does feel very momentum based. That's one way to turn the tide though. Ivanez wins the 1v1, also gets the melee before being taken down. And now it's Sirion and Ivanez with better map positioning. Might be able to get the sniper as well.
Perfect use of the shroud screen. Actually, was a little worried for Sirion, thinking Looney had the angle to beat the snipe. But with the shroud screen, he picks it up cleanly as Sirion stay alive. And he spawns in with shroud screens. It feels like multiple in the back pocket for many of these players here on this map. As Looney takes a body shot, make it a headshot, clean up. The no scope onto Evolving. He's going to call for Ivanez to clean that up, but they need help. No, it does not. Ivanez wins it cleanly. And just like that, it's just a 3-kill game. And Sirion, you could argue, at the advantage state.
Yeah, I kind of like the way he was choosing to play with the sniper as well. Lands the body shot. Looney has nowhere to go. Probably predicting that he's been called out as weak and some other player might be on the way. Looking for Evolving. Does not reveal himself. Patiently waits for Looney to come back off spawn. On a bit of a standstill.
15, 17, the halfway mark.
Enemy there.
That's good. That's aim on Sirion. Same for Ivanez. He might just get cleaned up. Ivanez eyeing Looney to clean him up, but Evolving a little bit of bodyguard here. Looney eventually goes down. The overshield's up. Evolving down to 1 HP, but he gets it. He gets the OS, and he gets the slays. I would imagine both down to 1 HP, but he's got to reload. Only has one. Now 2 shots. Headshots or allow his teammate to get back in the fight. But Sirion takes him down despite him grabbing the overshield. It's still just a 3-kill game.
That was such a crazy jumping melee there. Just read the situation. Unfortunately, he spawns in the reticle of Looney. Looney definitely did enough there to keep, or Evolving did enough there to keep themselves in the lead with that overshield grab. You have to imagine, had that overshield gone to Chosen, score would likely be tied up now. Wow.
In the hands of Sirion. You know what the tendencies of Exceed. They're going to make them, Sirion and Ivanez, push them, and they are. And they do. Two go down. It's just a 1-kill game. And the strategy of playing not to lose might just bite you in the end. Exceed. They get back on the offensive front foot that they used to build a 7-kill lead. Now just down to 1. 4:50 left.
By the way, Sirion 15 and 10 as 15 of his team's 19 kills. Ivanez have assisted 5 of those and found 4 kills of his own as well. But Sirion really keeping them alive in this game. And a 1v1 breaking out between him and Looney. It's going to trade. Ultimately now Evolving and Ivanez left to 1v1. Evolving with the middle round with some great shots. Going to push Ivan back. Now Ivan has rerouted that shroud. Sitting there, you have to imagine Evolving's grabbing it low. Does not elect to grab the shroud. Does elect to take some high ground and some outer positioning instead.
OS up in 10, and the winner of the overshield might just win. Tie-breaking game number 3 here. As Looney gets across the map on Ivanez, but it's Sirion who needs to worry about most. Now Ivanez, as he slides forward, leads up on Looney, and both go down! In one fell swoop, Chosen regain the lead and wipe a 7-kill deficit, and now have the overshield in their hands. They're going to push out on spawns with a vengeance.
He's insane. He's got 17 kills, Hunter. He's got the plasma pistol and the overshield. Now here's the footstep of Looney. There's nowhere to go. And just like that, they were down this entire game, Hunter. But now in the last 30 seconds have built a 3-kill lead and only 1. Here comes out game number 3.
My God, this is an all-time 2v2 performance we're witnessing here from Sirion. It'd be fitting if he got the final slay, but no, instead, Ivanez
Блядь.
gets it. Would have loved to have seen a 20 bomb from him in a game that goes to 25. Hit 20. I mean, that's Slayer numbers right there for my man Sirion. Wow, that was absolutely insane. And you know what? Breaks this fallacy of Exceed and how good they are playing with the advantage. They might be questioning that after being up by 7 beyond the
interesting the way that played out. I mean, we even saw with a crazy OS grab in that situation that felt like that was Chosen's time to bring it back. So after they lose that OS, their chances to come back felt even lower, but they still managed to do it. They played into, they forced Exceed to play into their hands time and time again. And like we said before the game even started, that mode we thought did favor Chosen, just didn't show us why to the very end.
They may not have any main stage, top 12, top 8 professionals in this lobby, but this has probably been my most enjoyable series of the day so far. We've had everything you could imagine, and some. Chosen in this series, but I think Exceed's got something to say about it on Sorcerer next. Eli, what should we expect?
It's going to be a tough one to predict exactly how it plays. In fact, a lot of high ground control being super important, but I think this has a little bit more opportunity for Exceed to play their style, to kind of bait their opposition to pushing them. I think there's going to be a few more available options for that on this map compared to the last two maps. So I think this one might actually favor Exceed, and they could send us to a game 5 here.
Feels destined for a game 5, doesn't it? I think Chosen, man, if they have anything to say about it, like they did the 7-kill lead that Exceed had, they shut the door and just sweep it outright. Gentleman sweep, if you will. 3 in a row after Exceed. Keep in mind, though, Exceed needed a comeback in game number 1, so I think Chosen could be saying, hey, man, outside of slipping up and falling on our back, game number 1, we got this, man. This series would have been all ours. And the Sorcerer game number 4, looks like a Wizard hybrid, a Warlock hybrid from Halo 1, Halo 2 era. Plenty of different nooks and crannies, though, so it's not a 1-to-1 remake. It's a reimagination. And look out for the lightning strike. When the camo drops, so too does the thunder. Can't wait to see that.
The creativity of these forgers, unmatched. In my opinion, there's always fun ways to utilize the scripting in this game, and a competitive map, you have some freedom to do so, right? You can't get too crazy with it, obviously, if it's a competitive map, but visuals on this map are amazing.
Visuals, how the maps look, how the maps play. Let's not forget the scripting. That's what that takes. To have lightning drop when the camo drops, that requires some level of scripting. So again, these are really, truly dev level maps. And outside tournament where we're shouting out and putting these forgers on a pedestal. We just had that Halo 3 update within the game itself. All of those Halo 3 maps, even have Halo 2's Ivory Tower return. Those are built by forgers, not dev maps. Those are all forged maps, and rightfully so. All of these maps, if you watch the trailer for that Halo 3 playlist, you got all the forgers listed, thanked for their efforts. I mean, what I heard, like some 5,000 hours went into all of those maps, and I'm sure the same is taking place here for these ForgeHub tournaments. So just big ups to the forgers, man. I don't think Halo would be in the state it is right now if not for the Forge community. They've really carried the load.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, there's a ton of new maps always coming out in matchmaking. And of course, Halo Studios has been vetting them, making sure they a variety of different setups before they throw them into matchmaking. But we're really finally seeing a lot of these maps shine across the game. We've got Griff Ball just got added to the game, which is pretty cool. There's even multiple iterations and versions of Griff Ball. I think there's somewhere like you have a thrust pack, which I know if Tools is going to play Griff Ball, probably with the thrust pack. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really happy to see a lot of these maps that, like you said, so much time and effort has gone into them to be seen on the stage like this.
Yeah, no, you bring up Griff Ball, and the one you were referencing with the thrust was Halo 5's version of Griff Ball, and they also have the traditional classic Halo 3. But the reason we didn't see Griff Ball all the way up until this point in the Halo Infinite timeline is because the gravity hammer's physics or even react in the same way that it did in Halo 3, with sort of that kind of pinball-y physics where you can knock people back and even propel yourself forward. Forgers not only created these incredible maps and the game space for Griff Ball,
Да, блядь, как такое может быть?
Something, I don't know. Just make it different. But yeah, this is the bracket. The lower side of the bracket looks like Howdy Beavers. That's Husson Breaking Shot going up against Rush Hour, which is Cycle and Collect. Probably the best team name in the tournament, if you ask me. But I'm not even gonna say the team name that's fighting Underground Asterisk or just lost to Underground Asterisk. That's just literal brain rot. Like, come on, man. I'm not writing that. Sorry.
Do not say it.
I won't.
I won't either. Instead, I'm going to redirect my attention to the wonderful people of the community. We have the Gamer Family Dad. Hey, that's like me now. I know exactly what you're going through. Happy Father's Day, also Gamer Family Dad. And happy 1 year to LVT Halo, as he's resubbed for 12 months. Love to see that. Also saw the gifted sub. Hey, look at that. Loyal Wolf gifting a sub to Legend as well, who's probably busy poning some news right now, but Loyal Wolf, I'm thanking him for you. Dropping the gifted sub to Legend as we get going here. Off the start with a 2-0 lead. This is exactly the start they needed. They said the same thing last game when they went up by 7, so can they hold on and bring us to a game 5?
I think they have both a sniper and a stalker right now, as if they needed more. They're very separate on the map from one another. I think if you're Sirion and Ivanize, you gotta take advantage of this moment. Clean up this kill, but no, Looney probably got his shields back already. He has. That opportunity might have been wasted.
Views from the Red Phoenix Stalker. Take down one of these members that's looking to escape a disadvantageous situation. Now Looney has to run with his tail tuck, and Chosen recognize it. They go on the offensive. They take down Looney, but a nice body shot, headshot clean up by Evolving. Keeps things even in the micro there. One down on each side as the dynamo grenades trickle around the feet of Evolving. Take him down to about 80% shield, so he's going to be no worse for the wear. Regroup. Compose himself with the snipe. Looney with the 5 perfect headshots takes down Sirion and builds the lead to 3.
This grapple going to be very useful on this map as well. Low ground, pretty hard to fight from, but switch that from low to high quite quickly with the use of the grapple. The sniper left, and until Evolving really wants to find some value with it. You see some trigger discipline there. And with this new camo coming up, we might get to see what we talked about with the map. Hopefully we can see that Understrike. Staring at it. Perfect view of it. Love that. That's one of my favorite things in a Forza map.
That was sick. That looks so cool. The timing. It's like the camo dropped and then the grapple. It almost looks like the grapple, like the hand coming out. Made it look like a Space Wizard type of game where you can use a lightning strike or something. Oh man, Ivanized. Drops out the dynamo grenade. Sirion cleans up onto Looney, but get cleaned up here by Evolving. A little tricky though with the timing. And it looks like Sirion's gonna escape. Not only escape, but get back up to full shields.
Yeah, that's one of those times that you're kicking yourself. You know, somebody getting away like that can make all the difference in one of these games that have been so close. Got the sniper and the repulse in the hands of Ivanize, and body shot. Hands. They're gonna need exactly that if they want to come back in this game. Down by 1 so far.
So now, a chance to do work. This snipe position went to exceed, and they were able to build a
see that has that sticky combination. He actually grabs another sticky here, so needs one, but might save the other for that sticky repulse combo. New items have respawned, and Ivanized wants to get to one, but wow, evolving in the perfect spot to shut him down. And just like that, they get 2 dead. They should be able to get every item in the sandbox. Let's see what they do with
Big match. Looney, sniper, and 4 shots to work with. This could give them an advantage. It'll look like Chosen outside of the very beginning has hung on to it. Looney there spotted his opponent, just the back of the ankle. Power weapons in the hands of Exceed, but they don't have much ammo to work with. Gotta make the shots count. As Evolving does there for the killing spree. Body shot, headshot, clean up combination, and Sirion on the other side of the map goes down as well. 13 to 15 here. Exceed back on top, lining up the headshot, but Evolving not gonna get it for free. It looks like they're both gonna go low. Escape through the right path.
I'm curious to see how Ivan and Sirion play this next engagement. We've got items spawning. Oh! But Evolving with the quick scope on a Sirion. That was disgusting. And now Ivan is left all alone. Doesn't know if he can even move forward at all. New sniper about to be grabbed by Looney. Trying to use some grenades. There's a combat evolve. Not sure where the sniper
It's out in
ended
front of
up
them. It's all the way out
flying.
in front of Looney. It's about 20. It's on the feet of Sirion. Sirion might have grabbed it via the combat evolve. Evolving has the previous sniper that was used, but yes, Eli, that sniper actually bounced out in front of who we were on board with there at the bottom of the map. What a mixy scenario. 13 to 18, just like that. Exceed built himself a pretty comfortable lead in the endgame.
Such an impressive combat evolve too, because you know that they don't have lineups on these maps. They just eyeballed that and threw a perfect plasma. Now it's Evolving with the perfect shots. He's got the camo as well. Once again, Ivanized left all by his lonesome. This game has really turned around, and it's Exceed looking to push us to a game 5, as we predicted. Should be a miraculous comeback if Chosen can pull this off, but something tells me Exceed will know what to do with this lead.
Getting just a few more slays to send us to that game 5. Swings his way into a killing frenzy. Hasn't died for the last several minutes. So if he's got 10 in a row, so that means it was 11 to 13. They were down by 2 when he started this frenzy. Now they're up by 8.
Actually insane. I don't know if Looney has died. No, you're right, actually. I think this was it 13-11? 10 straight. Sirion, though, finds one. Evolving trades out. Trades certainly benefiting Exceed. Sirion finds one as well. Ivanized back on the map. And they spot Looney and team shoot him. Getting a little bit aggressive on the top center, but forced back to the low ground. All 4 members back alive on the map.
Man, what a turnaround for Evolving. He was about, what, 2 and 6 or 3 and 6 when that frenzy began, and then turned it around. Now he's double positive. Chosen have a 6-kill deficit to try to bounce back from here. I don't know if they have chance. They do get back within 5. Gotta play flawless here. No trades, no Eric deaths, no stupid deaths either. You gotta take the risk reward factor in to grab this next camo. Ivanize is set up for it. That's the bait that Exceed were waiting for. 24 to 17. One more slay sends us to one more game. It'll be a definitive do or die game 5.
Tell that Evolving is keeping tabs on when these items got picked up. I don't think he was spotted at all here. Yeah, they're unaware of his location. Get some good damage on him, though, and force him to the low ground, but look how much damage is done. Just a melee to trade it out. And as we predicted, we're going to a game 5.
You could actually make the case that it's really beneficial to either team, especially the one that comes out on top, obviously in game number 5, because they're going up against Legend and Falcated in the winter final. And now this is a team of 2 that might not need to have played any Halo throughout the day. You can still hot drop them into a game 5 cold, and they'd still win it. But I think it's going to be an interesting part of the conversation around being warmed up and ready for what lies around the corner for either Chosen or Exceed. Take game 5, you take a lot often in matchmaking or shooting bots or 1v1ing an octagon to stay warm, but I think that's an important factor to bring into path, building the path as to how either of these two teams can pull off a miraculous upset in our winter final against.
I'm not worried at all about Legend and Falcated, I'll be honest. I mean, when it comes to staying warm, I've clicked on this man's file share at Legend to like, hey, I want to watch a scrim from his POV and study him. I click on something and it's just him in a lobby with bots and he's got 875 kills and it's like, okay, buddy, you want to just kill bots for the next 4 hours? That's totally fine. He's probably shooting them right now. We've also seen at the LVT Orlando LAN when Legend and Tusk were a team for fours. I walked over to the setups just trying to play some in my little break and saw them 500 kills deep in an octagon against each other. Like, I don't know how their hands don't cramp up playing that long. Maybe I'm just old, but yeah, Legend knows how to stay warm, that's for sure.
Crazy when you think back to that LVT Halo land, how much of a ripple effect back on it
Yeah.
caused in the HCS, because look back at that squad. Legend, Renegade, three-fourths of those players are actually now on an official HCS team of 4, and instead of Tusk, it's normal. So, kind of interesting to, like, I would love to have either of those two guys back on the podcast and ask them how much of a factor did it LVC Halo Orlando land play, and you guys, like, did you guys have conversations like in the hotel lobby or grabbing some Chick-fil-A? Like, man, imagine if we were teammates instead of bitter rivals, what we could do together. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a conversation like that. Just look what happened. At some point down the road in last season, even while SSG were winning all of those tournaments, Bound and Legend were still exploring other options, which is kind of crazy to think about. And who knows, maybe it did happen after they won and just like miraculously put it all together. But knowing the history between Bound and Renegade, I'm willing to bet that that seed was planted maybe last summer.
Yeah, very possible to know the timelines there. By the way, yeah, we have interviewed both of them on the podcast. I want to shout out, a lot of you in chat probably watched the Trippy podcast that we did. Just dropped it yesterday after the phase announcement. Talked to Trippy about all the roster mania that's happened in the offseason. We've had a ton of support on that episode already. I've been blown away. Everybody loves it. It's about 2 hours long, and most people are watching the whole thing. So I just want to say thank you to anybody that checked that out. And if you haven't checked it out yet, yeah, go check out Tied the Leader. We've got some fun stuff for you guys to watch.
Definitely seems like it's hit the algorithmic momentum phase of the content drop, because when I last looked at the comments, we were at 44. That was like 45 minutes ago. Now it's at 60. So a lot of love and support. Go check out this episode. Like, Trippy's origin story is incredible. How he earned his first LAN was incredible. How he became a Halo World Champ is incredible. We got to talk to him about the curse of second place for Optic Gaming. That was incredible. He gave us all of the insight and tea as it relates to roster mania and how the FaZe and SSG rosters performed a trade in that series. So definitely want to take a look at the Trippy episode of Tied the Leader. And yeah, man, drop a comment to help us out with the algorithm. Halo fans on board. I'm sure there's a lot of people in the Halo community that have no idea that interviewing all of the best players in the world and peeling back the layers and telling stories that, for the most part, haven't been told yet.
Absolutely, one of my favorite episodes so far, and we're just waiting on the players, guys, to get into game number 5. Maybe a game reset has occurred or something, but we're gonna get into Oppressor, which I don't know if we've seen this map on the broadcast yet today. I think most of the time, yeah, I think it's been later in the series lineups, so never quite got there. But yeah, the winner of this game 5 will face off against Falcated and Legends. And that's going to be a crazy series regardless. It's going to be tough to beat them, who just 3-0'd us in Breaking Shot, and we saw how hot Breaking Shot was.
All right, after a quick reset from the players, everybody in the lobby actually scattered, reset their PCs. I think they want to make sure that they have the best possible settings and scenario to play with, as it looks like we're still waiting to see this game start. But for now, we're just going to take a look at some B-roll. I like the little zigzag camo grab, seeing that top mid. The lighting indicators of red and blue base. You see the sniper actually rocks out on the edge, man. This map looks sick.
Late bridge that you've got to activate. You got to push the button and drive the Warthog across it. That's in the second level called Halo in Halo CE. Definitely a classic throwback, and this just the ship in general kind of reminds me a little bit of like the ship that you're on in Halo 3. Actually, it's like overtaken by the flood, but this one's a little cleaner. Doesn't look like the flood has got to this yet, but a great looking ship nonetheless.
Here we go. The flood are inevitable. So too is determining a winner in this series. We have not been able to find any difference. Both of these two teams playing at their highest capacity as we're set to kick off game number 5. Still waiting after 20 seconds for the first blood to occur. Both teams feeling each other out. First blood coming through, and it goes in favor of Ivanized, who takes down Looney while avoiding the trade.
And for this QT looks like it's going to be pretty fun to use on this map. And I think a little bit stronger in twos as Sirion's going to use the pistol, but Evolving was watching the portal and ready for it. Can he find 2 though? That's the question.
Got 1 HP. Seem to be patching his shield energy as well, so they'll both reset, reposition, and engage once again. But Looney with the flank takes down Ivanized. He's pushing Sirion out forward towards his probably best case scenario there, was just to clean up on Evolving. Sirion goes down to the back smack from Looney. Sniper up now, but I imagine someone's going to be waiting. No, Evolving has Looney's back. He's played a little Overwatch here, which guarantees a clean, safe grab for Looney. Looks like a tough map to land some snipes, though, Eli. There are some long-distance angles to play, but it feels pretty tight.
Yeah, definitely a map that I would kind of expect him to use the sniper more like a shotgun and just maybe like hold the corner with it, land that body shot. There's definitely opportunities for Evolve and Looney to play that kind of systematic Counter-Strike-esque setup where they're both just kind of watching different entry points. But without the lead, see how they choose to play this. Looks like they're kind of systematically trying to find exactly where Chosen are. They've looked situation.
Teams will accept the trade as the lineup occurs. Looney thought he had the headshot there. The frag damage cleans up on it. Take your shot, hit it, man. He was aiming too hard a little bit. It seemed like there multiple times where it felt like the reticle was right there, at least to earn a body shot and allow you to push up and clean up on the damage. Maybe just overthinking it a little bit.
Overthinking is certainly possible here. Kind of expecting, I'm just going to call this now, there's going to be a really tense moment and someone's going to fall off the map and it's going to be the difference maker. That's my prediction here, my hot take. Wow. Someone's going to fall off the map when it is quite important to stay on the map, probably next to that bridge in the center of the map.
Well, you could hedge your bets with the QT, right? Plant the portal. And even if you do slip up off the map, you can find yourself back on it. Certainly deplete your QT resources at that point because you don't want to QT back off the map. I've seen some players do that actually. Kind of stuck in a as the ninja attempt goes through, Ivanized slides over the top, but Sirion and Ivanized both go down. The lead switch occurs. Exceed have the lead up by 1, but not grabbing that QT just yet. Chosen got some pretty close spawns, and they're contesting it. They might just steal it.
I'm pretty sure he thrusted and raped off the other player's forehead to get some more vertical momentum. That looked ridiculous. Trying to get the ninja, but forehead too angular. Now the QT in the hand of Sirion. Sniper comes up in 10 seconds.
Okay, so Sirion here could play tip of the spear aggressive towards picking up the snipe and then QT back to safety. No, Sirion doesn't have the QT. Who had the QT? I could have sworn I saw somebody pop a QT.
It looked like it looked like it canceled. Okay, no. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, observer glitch. Okay. Didn't show us the bar that would have alerted us to how much QT was left over. That was making me lose my mind. But despite the QT, Sirion gets taken down. So that sniper grab we were trying to play towards is not going to be on the table. Thrust used by Ivanized, but it's the assist that comes through instead. Gotta watch that sticky grenade at your feet. Ivanized so weak that a little bit of splash damage would have taken him down. As he stays alive. Numbers advantage there. Looney, the only player alive, but he's doing some damn good damage. On to Ivanize, and he prevents what could have been a very easy sniper grab. I think it's still up. The flank, though, from Looney, his positioning is flawless, his shots are flawless, and he is absolutely chasing out this damage. Looney is playing with confidence. I don't think we've yet seen from the young gun.
And look at this, the quick sniper grab. I love the way Evolving played that. He trusted that Looney would finish that kill and just immediately beeline to sniper. Just try to find that window of timing before the other member had respawned. So smart to make sure you grab it in that moment. That could just end up being the difference maker. Has the long range shot on a Sirion, other side of the spaceship, but Sirion with a well-timed jump protects his neck. And now we've got ourselves a bit of a standoff here.
Looney with 9 kills in a game 5. Chosen with a total of 10 as Exceed are up collectively by 1. As Looney has the bandit and the battle rifle to work with, also has a thruster. On the other side, it's Evolving with the bandit and the snipe. 2 items up in the next 20 seconds or so. Both teams feeling each other out. Exceed playing for audio cues to know where Chosen is around the corner, and I think Evolving just heard Sirion. Yeah, he did. He found him. He hits the headshot. The audio cue opens up the visual cue. Double kill as Exceed go up by 3 and earn both the QT and a fresh round of snipe ammo. That was massive.
Massive indeed. Goes for the quick scope. Barely rounds the corner in time to stay alive. I think. Okay, he's got the thrust pack. Teammate should still have the QT active. Almost walked off the map there, but had the wherewithal to not do so. And thrust through the window to stay alive.
I thought Evolving should have just dropped the snipe off into the drink, but he had the thrust, and he stays alive with it, and then he gets pushed by Ivanize, and then stays alive with it. Once again, the QT being utilized by Looney as well. The sandbox control is too strong, as it feels like the advantage state is starting to roll. And Evolving is rolling with the snipe. I believe he hit the body shot there, and yes, he did. That's why they're pushing out strong, looking to clean up on the damage. Deja vu, this is where Sirion lost his face moments ago.
Looney needs to capitalize on the damage. He got 5 shot and didn't clean up on the damage. That's so tricky to navigate from his POV, though. He's got 2 targets in front of him, but unfortunately chose the wrong one. That's going to be all the difference for Chosen's opportunity to come back in this game.
Oh my God. Chosen have brought it back to within a 1 possession. One slaying aim, 14 to 15. And with 4:30 left on the clock, Eli, I'm feeling like deja vu. This could be just what we had in game 1. The thrilling OT finish might just be what we should be expecting here. We're tied, 15 all. A double kill potential for Sirion. He gets it.
Wow.
And Chosen have stolen the lead.
Was that a 6-kill swing? Was it just 15 to 10 and now it's 16 to 15? They brought it all the way back. Okay, Looney finally answers back with a kill of his own, and now Sirion in a tough position finds a trade. Oh my God! That was disgusting.
It doesn't trade out. That was absolutely filthy, and now the sniper's up. There's no time to even analyze the previous play because more plays are going down. As Sirion with the thrust pushes up on Evolving. His teammate Ivanize cleans it up. Can he clean up both? Yes, he gets Looney. Looney almost had him dead to rights, brought him down to half health. No shields. And now Chosen are up by 3.
So clutch are both of these players. Ivanize and Sirion doing incredible things over the last couple minutes. Look at this flank too. They have no idea. Now Sirion just needs to buy time for Ivan to show up. He's done exactly that. Can Ivan find this player? Looney doing such a good job. Gets his shields back. Now it's a fair fight. Who's going to come out on top though? Oh, Ivanize with the clutch melee. These guys are insane right now.
I think Chosen recognized that Exceed were trying to slow down the pace, play their game. And Chosen said, we're going to crank things up to 11. As it was just moments ago, a 15-15 game. That was at the 4:30, 4 o'clock mark. So in 1 minute, we have seen double-digit amount of slays occur, and now we're in the end game, 22 to 20. Looney has the snipe, 1 shot to his name. Doesn't need to land it here. He could just earn a headshot cleanup or even a body shot cleanup there. Because now Sirion is all by himself. 22-21, a trip to the winter final on the line. Who's going to take it?
Looney trying to cycle through the back of the map here. This game has been swinging back and forth. Looney 16 and 11, Sirion 13 and 12. One kill separates these two teams. They both know what's on the line here. That's why we've slowed down to a crawl. But one of these engagements will be forced very soon. Items spawning in 15 seconds. Can't just let the other team have them. They will be contested.
Uh-oh. Evolving's down to 1 HP. The Chosen are going to look to chase out on that damage. Insta-frag. Doesn't connect, but the headshots do for Looney as he trades out. So it's still a 1-kill advantage for Chosen. Looney playing a little game of Ring Around the Rosie, the deathly variety. And he gets the melee. So despite going down, he allows his teammate to clean it up, and he does. 24 to 23. It could come down to this. Evolving looking to tie it up at 24. Did the frag hit? No, it did not. So Sirion makes it away. 141 left on the clock, and 1 kill needed for Chosen to take it. As the 1v1 ensues, Sirion looking for the finishing blow. He should get it here. And he does! He trades out! He trades out for the win! 25-23! Chosen are the chosen ones!
How did that melee connect?
I have no idea.
That man just looked like Dalsim from Street Fighter. The arm just stretched all the way out. What did I just witness?
Oh my, an incredible series here on LVT. Round of applause for these two teams as we got to witness an absolute slobber knocker here as Chosen ultimately end up taking the series in a thrilling best of 5.
Absolutely incredible stuff, and their prize for such an impressive win is now they get to play Legend and Falcated. So they're going to really be tested in this next one. This is going to be an insane series to watch. Chosen having momentum, Falcated and Legend probably about to quit their octagon match against each other to hop in the lobby, but wow, that was an insane finish to that series.
Man, what an incredible finish, and what an incredible time with you on the mic. As always, Eli had an absolute blast taking you guys through the beginning of this tournament as we will make way for the only two gentlemen that are more handsome than Eli. No, that are slightly less handsome than Eli, and that's Active and Tools. They'll take us home the rest of the way. Eli, anything to say before we let you go and enjoy the rest of your day?
Nope. See ya.
All right, well, on that note, we'll lay the table for Active and Tools. So long. The tournament has only just begun, though. We got the winter final up next.
ForgeHub 2v2. My name is Adekwatney. Alongside me, I have the wonderful and handsome and amazing person on the side of me. Tools, how you doing today, man?
Hey, you know what? Gas me up a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind intros like that. I don't mind intros like that at all. I'm just glad to be here. It'll be fun, and you know, I'm a big fan of 2v2s. You know, that's kind of like the foundation of what LV2 was kind of built on, was that 2v2 gameplay, and we have two fierce teams here today.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. We're going to get to see Mr. Falcated and Mr. Legend going up against, of course, Chosen, which is Sirion and Ivanize, who actually just won their match against Luin Evolving. So, going to be a very interesting setup here. Of course, Falcated and Legend. Two powerhouses, I guess you could say, right? Two Slayers. And in twos, how is their chemistry? What does it look like? We're going to go to Nemesis 2 for game number 1.
Love Nemesis 2. It's man, what does it remind me of? I had it like right on. What map does this remind you the most of, Tim?
Oh, goodness me. Narrows, I guess? Not really, though. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's got the same aesthetic, I guess.
Not Coliseum. I was like trying to think of the map I was thinking of.
I don't know. It's like very different. Yeah.
But it is like Coliseum in the sense of like the trench is like through the middle, but vertical. I don't know. I love the map. That's all I gotta say about it. We have two iterations of it. This is the second one that's come through, and I think all the improvements make this map play so much better. The camo now on that open ledge where you have to go commit for it, and the benefits of getting that camo are gonna be seen right here. Falcade's already putting a lot of damage in, and I love how aggressive he's been on this push as well, not trying to let these players get away anytime soon.
Yeah, he cleans up on Sirion as well, and you can see he's already starting the game off 4-0. Now we hop on board with the man with a snipe in his hand. It's gonna be Legend. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how I saw Narrows in this map. It does not look like, it's the aesthetic I think is what really got me, but regardless, my man Legend hits the nice clean shot for the cleanup right there, and you can see Sirion and Falcated having their own 1v1, but Legend comes through to save the day with a beautiful headshot.
That gunfight is an indicator of what this team is feeling right now, because Sirion had Falcated one shot, but you saw him backing out of that gunfight. That's how much pressure these guys have been provided. They don't you're not seeing that confidence, that all knowing, like, hey, I'm gonna win this gunfight right now. You see that in spades from Legend and Falcated, though. They are not backing down.
Nice little jab step there by Legend in a long-range fight to be won. You can see once again not backing down, continuing to get the slays. 8-1 is the lead so far. This is a bit dominant to start off today, and Falcated continues on as they get 9.
A bit dominant? No, this is full domination that we're seeing. Falcated and Legend, they are rolling through this team. 10-1 now, as it's killing sprees for both these players.
I mean, just not missing a shot. Falcated continues on. They have the separation here. Sirion's all by himself, and Falcated's going to smartly back off of that one. They're going to hold them to just 1 kill, and yeah, definitely exceedingly dominant as we see them continue on their run. 11-1, and we see that once again the camo in the hands of Legend.
Treyouts on the right side. I'll get them to 2, but they need anything but trades at this point. Ivanize tries to hit him with the jab step, but Legend, expecting that play, was able to get that kill, and now has the info about the sniper being picked up. So it's going to be crucial for Sirion to hit the shots here, and that's not a great start.
Yeah, taking nade damage and then getting taken out by another nade from Legend is just absolute beautiful execution. That's going to take out the sniper and now put it into Legend's hands. 14-2 still. And you can see Sirion and Ivanize kind of scrambling. This is a bit of a different test here compared to the last series, where it was a very slow-paced game. Legend will not play slow, and you're seeing that here right now.
Yeah, the change of pace from their previous series to this one has to be just hitting them like a ton of rocks. Falcade and Legend are just not going to give you any breath to capture here. They're going to fly whenever there's a chance. And I mean, even then, right? Legend playing very aggressive into a 1v2 will get punished for it. Now the question is, how far can Chosen take this? Ivanize and Sirion must capitalize on this opportunity if they're going to get back into this game.
Oh, that stick almost connected, but Ivanize does get that kill on the Falcated, and now they're starting to reel back. It's 14-5. Couple kills now on the board here for Sirion and Ivanize. You can see they're starting to Again, it's just like an adjustment of pace, right? They're starting to really kind of adjust to this pace. They've got them separated just a bit, but here we go. It's the bait and switch once again. Legend's gonna get that kill. Camo's up as well. And Seron playing a very different game here. Trying to stop Legend from getting that camo. Gonna miss the 5th shot there, which is going to cost him, and Falcon will perfect him for it.
Да блядь, что такое?
Could have got double perfis there instead. Falcon able to answer back to Legend's damage. They start to get the kills to put this further and further away. Camouflage in their possession once again. The door just continues to close on Sirion and Ivanized. This is, at least you have the best of 5 to work with, but you want to get some sort of momentum back for your team in game 1.
Yeah, they're going to need the jaws of life for this door. I mean, this one is screwed shut. It's 17-6. What do you do? Not a lot of kills remaining here. It's going to be falcated. Some decent damage. Legend not able to clean up really anything, so we'll see if Ivanized makes that a bit easier. It's a nice little bit of damage from Ivanized and cleaned up. I mean, that's what they need to do a bit more of here in that situation.
We are seeing them be a little bit more confident in their gunfights as well. They're being a bit more aggressive. They're starting to win some crucial ones as Sirion sends it back first class. Wow, what a reversal of the situation there. That repulse bailing them out of a tough spot.
A bit of a contrast from what we saw in the beginning of the game. Only down by 10 now. Make that 10 now. Sorry, my math is bad. Legend, he's not bad though. He's a nice perfect shots, or almost perfect on the Ivanized. Takes him out regardless. Now we're looking at a 10-kill lead. 9-19. We'll see if they're able to continue this on though. Sirion gets another kill on the Falcated, but at this point, it's only 6 more. And Falcon and Legend will win the first game of the series. There has to be an answer back, and there's got to be one quickly.
Trying his best to stay alive. Legend, one of the few situations where he's had to play really passive. See, that didn't work out for him, but at this point, it's just about getting trades. And Falcon was able to win his gunfight on the other side, so yeah, and Legend's not going to be sweating that one bit. Camouflage is going to be up. This is an important one for Sirion and Ivanized. They need to get both these kills, move over to that camo, and secure it for their team. There's the first step. Now can they continue on with the second as Legend tries to get those cross-map shots? That's just not going to work out. He goes down as well. Camouflage and a 7-kill deficit. Now, not impossible. Unlikely, yes, but not impossible at this point for Ivanized and Sirion.
It's all about this sequence right here from Ivanized. What is he going to be able to do here on this life? And that's the question that we're all looking to find the answer to. Falcon playing slow. Everything's starting to slow down here, and you kind of need to have that happen. Ivanized with this camo, you're going to make it run out here. Maybe about 10 seconds left in this thing. And Ivanized really hasn't caused any sort of an impact just yet. Now he's going to push in aggressively, and it's that 2v2 push, but look at the way they're set up. Beautiful shots to clean up one. The lift over, and the clean up onto Sirion as well. 22 and 13, 3 more, and Falcon and Legend will close it out.
Great tracking down of the last player by Legend as well. It's just not letting these players get together. Now you see these staggered spawns really start to really set in what the result's going to be at the end of this game. And how many times have we seen that where, you know, a confident challenge from one player, from Falcon and Legend, where the other player comes in and helps finish it when they don't necessarily hit that last shot. It's that help that they continually have that allows them to play so aggressive in those gunfights where they know, hey, you know, either I'm going to be me and I'm going to hit this shot. If I don't, my teammate's right there and they're going to clean it up, and I'm not going to get punished either way.
Well, now we go on to Skirtbird, and it's a little bit of a different situation here, and you know, this map definitely liked by many. It's like we're getting Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 a little bit early. I enjoy this map as just the aesthetic in general. Really fun to watch. We're gonna see if Falcon and Legend can continue on this tear. Chosen having a little bit of a tough time though. Again, I think that pacing at the very beginning really threw them off. They started to bring it back, so maybe something we're gonna see in this game number 2, a bit of a different pace from Chosen, maybe answering back to the aggression out of Falcon and Legend just a bit better. And yeah, I mean, like I said, we started to see that come back a little later in the game, but at that point it's too late, right? You can't let them get 15 kills essentially unanswered before you make something happen.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater is going to be up next, right? Skirtbird. As I think out of maps, this one probably has the most character to it, right? Vibes are immense. It's funny that, you know, in this year of Halo, if I had a nickel for every time we had a skateboarding themed map release, I'd have 10 cents. You know? It's you know, it's not a lot, but it's kind of weird that it's happened twice, right?
It is. We'll see what they're able to do here. Let's see if Falcon and Legend continue that pace on from game number 1. Legend looking for something. Not going to get the kill he was looking for. And this is a good start. We got a little bit of a lead here from Chosen. And potentially the overshield. It looks like we'll be locked in here momentarily, but you're standing on it way too long. It will be OS here for Ivan Eyes, but his teammate goes down, Sirion.
See, that's the thing. You know, people often complain that, you know, 3 seconds isn't that long, and then I just gotta say, you gotta stand on an overshield pad. You'll see how long 3 seconds is. It's daunting, man. It feels like it takes forever. It's at the end of that, you have to be feeling like you earned that overshield, because man, he was on that, and it definitely cost his team at least 1 kill. Don't get on the overshield pad until that thing actually pops.
Oh, it's not really harming them too much here. 42, the lead for Chosen, and they're continuing that lead on. It's a different map. They're answering the pace. They've got the snipe down in the hands of Ivanized. It's what he does with the sniper that is going to really give us a picture of how this game's going to go. The shroud screen comes out, forced to back off. Legend looking for him, but a great job playing his life. Sirion not going down just yet, not without a fight at least. 6-3.
Bye, Ivanized. Still has 2 bullets in this snipe to work with, and I like the keep away that he's playing right now. There's so many different elevations and angles on this map. Make the most of them, and so far, he's gonna be able to find the body shot in the first. I think he cooked the second as well. Massive damage though with that snipe. Now it's just about to finish.
Not really able to finish here, though. They're doubling up on Legend as well. Legend's going to get a trade out of that, which is exactly what he's looking for in a situation like that. At least get the 1. But Sirion will come out with another. And it will be overshield once again for the side of Chosen.
Overshield and BR. Bandit in the back pocket, basically fully loaded. How can you get even more powerful? Let's add a sniper to the equation, right? That's the idea for that overshield player. Try to keep the advantages when you can get them.
A little bit shaky there. Sirion ends up getting the kill at the end of the day, and they don't lose one. So now, 9-4. And a lot of confidence being showcased here. I like to see this out of Chosen, especially with that game number 1. Got to come in here and run the show if you want to win this game. And that's exactly what they're doing, holding forward, using that teamwork. Another shot coming out of Sirion. What a beast. It's the 7th for him, and it's a 12-4 lead.
No hesitation on that shot whatsoever. Sirion clearly feeling confident, and their speed increasing the more and more they play this map. Man, they are frying at the moment. Legend and Falcon just struggling to gain their balance.
Balance is tough. We'll see if they can, though. Legend trying to change the storyline here. 2 kills by himself. Sirion's the first one to spawn. He's already got an angle on him. They've got them pinched, but Legend a bit too aggressive. What can Falcon do? He cleans up 1, gets the 2nd. That's a 2-man wipe twice in a row here for Falcon and Legend.
And that's exactly what they needed to at least stop the momentum that Chosen had. But even then, man, Chosen are hitting some great shots, putting Falcade down to 1, but not checking their routes. Falcade just stayed still, let them pass. Now it's a 1v2 while this power-up's coming up.
That's a big deal, right? That OS is going to be everything here. And right now, it's Falcade. It has to take a 1v1 inside the tunnel. He's going to win that one out. And every single time you win a 1v1, if you're Falcon and Legend, you bring it that much closer to bringing this game back. And this is exactly what you're looking for. Legend chasing down another player. OS in his hands, and now a snipe as well.
Keep that aggression on Falcon and Legend. They are not letting up whatsoever. The 7-kill deficit is now just 2, and 2 sniper shots to potentially take the heads necessary to tie this game up.
They're looking. I would assume Chosen are playing really slow, and it looks like they are. They're sitting down towards the bottom. It's not going to matter. You can't hide from Legend. Beautiful shot onto Ivanized head. Sirion almost gets the headshot into his face as well, but he ends up getting away from that. Gives time for Ivanized to spawn up, but a bit overextended is Ivanized trying to help Sirion, who was in a tough situation in a 2v1. But now, once again, it's Legend getting both. And now we're only a one-kill game right here, 16 to 15 in favor of Chosen.
Okay, and Legend going to be splitting off each other. Dangerous plays to make, but Ivanized will catch himself a Legend that's isolated. Oh, they're right next to each other.
Yeah, this is good. Oh, that's a trade. That's what she expected, but it's going to be Sirion that comes out on top of that trade. 2-kill game now for Chosen.
Keep it at 2. That's enough to win this game, but you have to feel that Falcon and Legend are going to break something open at some point. 10 seconds still. That Sniper and Overshield are going to be up at the same time. Opposite sides of the map. Which one are they going to choose? The Insta-Split doesn't work. Falcon and Legend, they're playing aggressively towards this right side. They're trying to break through and wrapping back towards that Overshield. It's a foot race now.
That is exactly what it is. And now the 1v1 that decides this OS. We'll make that a 1v2. Sirion comes off a spawn very aggressively here. And there it is. Legend's there to clean that up. It's going to be OS for Legend now, and a sniper as well for Sirion here. Doesn't go for the snipe, and because of that, Legend gets his hands on it. And now he's going to put it to work. No scopes go in. Gets the final no scope. Ivanized goes down. Sirion goes down. We're tied at 21.
Oh, and they
Never mind.
finally take the lead. A long distance that needed to be ran here from Legend and Falcon, but they have finally passed Chosen. And it's just a couple more kills to go up 2-0 in this series. It's going to be all bandit action till the end of this game.
Ivanized 1v1 against Falcated. Legend spawns, but it's at the bottom of the map. Falcated's still putting damage in. Great beatdown, but there's no trade there whatsoever. Ivanized is not happy about that when it's only one more kill.
I cannot believe Falcon managed to pull out no trade there. That puts them in such a dominant spot. Now they can give up both their lives and still have a chance at this finish. It allows them to be much more aggressive if they choose to do so. They can be a lot more cavalier with their challenges, with their pushes.
Checking every corner. He spots one. That was the one that was pinged earlier, so they're still missing a player. That player's going to shoot, so they have information on both now, and this is where they have to make their play, right? Display is what matters the most. Great patience right here by Falcated, and understands he's weak. Great shots on the Sirion, takes them out, no trades whatsoever. That's a 2-0 so far in this series for Falcated and Legend.
The way Falcon plays is like how I think my gameplay looks like in my head. You know, it's like when I want to make the challenge, it's how I think it's always going to work out. In reality, it's much harder to execute at that level, and Falcon just makes it look simple. Legend makes it look simple. A game where they had to persevere, and they did so. They played fantastic to work that game back, to put them up in a 2-0 dominant spot as we move on into Oppressor to see who can punch their ticket to Grand Finals.
I mean, Chosen had the opportunity there. They had the very beginning of that game, which is what you want to have, especially after that game number 1. You want to start strong. You want to get into that and be in a position where you can say you have the victory. And it was a 10-kill lead, I think, at one point. Now we enter a situation where you're down 0-2 if you're Chosen, and you have a potential of being tossed into the lower bracket here. And that's not what you're looking for. So Oppressor is where you stop this. If you're Chosen, Falcon and Legend, though, on a tear, they've got to be feeling good after that comeback in game number 2.
The confidence has to be just sky high. I can't imagine them not feeling as if this is guaranteed for themselves. But Chosen, right, rough start in game 1, better start in game 2. Now it's your chance to really finish that trend, right? Start to take control of your series and just take it a game at a time, right? Win this map on Oppressor, you go to Abioko, things can start looking up. It's just do not let things get out of hand in this game. I think it's so important for them to at least guarantee their trades.
There we go. Right towards the bottom. There's going to be sniper in the hands of Sirion, I believe. Falcon gets a trade. Sirion will have this sniper to utilize and the quantum translocator. Legend, though, takes a body shot. Legend spots him, but now he has information on Legend, and it's an opening maybe to get this QT and get out. He has, oh, actually, he's going to keep the thrust instead. QT still towards top center. But he's being pushed here. This is a really good job by Falcon and Legend. Pick them apart one by one, shot by shot. They do so. Ivanice goes down, and now Sirion has to scurry away with his life.
The traits of a good 2v2 player is how annoying you can make the map be for someone else, and the Falcon and Legend are just doing that perfectly right now. They're not letting Sirion and Ivanice get comfortable in their power positions. It's a little peek here, a little peek there, taking a little extra damage, having that confidence to keep pushing forward on those challenges. Because of it, they're able to break that setup with relative ease.
Another trade goes in. Still Falcon and Legend hold the lead by one. Great shots with the pistol. Great shots with the sidekick. QT's going to come into play. Legend's going to stay alive and run towards his teammate. And again, like you said, 2v2s. The best players know how to be extremely annoying. Look how Legend is taking a different route here. Safe enough to leave Falcon by himself. But it might come back to bite him. There it is. It does. Sirion gets the kill.
A great awareness by Sirion, listening to Ivanice about where that push is going to come from. Essentially puts that flank and completely changes the situation on Falcated and Legend. You're going to go down. He made it as hard as possible, and the reward is in. Legend got there in time because of the time that Falcated bought. He gave them second chances, and unfortunately, Legend not able to stay alive on the next kill. But man, our Falcated and Legend making the same wing.
They are. Staying alive that long is so strong. You see Sniper down bottom center once again. And it's going to be a fight for that. You can see, like, even though Ivanice does not go down here, he does take enough damage to allow Falcon to get that sniper in his hands. But he will throw it off the map now. At what cost? Legend goes down as well. Chosen don't lose anybody. They get QT, and they have a lead as well.
Maybe a situation where Falcon and Legend were pretty nervous about that sniper potential, and they make a hyper-aggressive play that's very isolated, and now you're starting to see the repercussions of that play not working out, splitting themselves on the map. So easy on a small map like this, just to force split spawns over and over and over again. You can see how Falcon and Legend are starting to try to sprint to each other off their spawns, but there just is no help, right? They can't get there in time.
Legend, big win. His shields will come back. No, not enough time, but that's a killing spree for Sirion. Playing phenomenal, by the way. Look at the angles are so good. Look at him stay alive the entire time. My goodness, we talked about annoying. That must have been annoying on the other end.
Legend just able to get that kill, but that just seems like a like a participation sort of kill there, as we're starting to see a clear trend for Sirion and Ivanice to winning some of these crucial gunfights. And the big thing is we're seeing the value of their lives. They are not trying to be too aggressive on any of these plays, being very mindful of their positions.
Speaking of positions, Sirion stays alive. 2 players from the opposite team in front of him. Ivanice goes down, though, maybe trying to overextend to help Sirion out, but he's got a QT to get out anyway. That was maybe a miscommunication there. You saw Ivanice really overextend for that kill. Sirion comes back in, gets a trade, and now it's a 6-kill lead for Chosen. Boom. This trade was so good. Great trade once again. 6 kills, sniper up.
6-kill differential to make up in this map. Remember, it favors the split spawns so heavily, so getting staggered is probably what Legend and Falcon are looking for. They want to stagger out the spawns of Sirion and Ivanice. That's how you're going to get quick kills in succession.
Psychic might help. Ivanice, he hears him. It's that loud footstep audio that you hear when you're at home. At events, much more difficult to hear, but Legend somehow gets the kill. It's clean, 2 down for Chosen, and once again, that lead being cut down to 4.
Falcon is just able to get that sniper in time, back to power positions. Now, Chosen did die at the same time. That means they will have each other's help right away, but sniper obviously one shot can make the difference just to the right. Not able to land it. Legend and Falcon now find themselves in a more defensive maneuver as
Syrian and Ivan Eyes have got the space that they needed.
I mean, look at Ivan Eyes. He's in a perfect position if that player, if Falcon does push him and get the angle. But Ivan Eyes decides to push up instead, which I really like. He goes down. Legend wins a fight, though. Legend somehow stays alive. Sirion's going to be looking for him. 3 bullets to work with in this snipe. New sniper in 25 as well. There could be 2 snipes on the map potentially. Legend takes a body shot, but the teamwork is so solid. Now Sirion down to no shields. He goes down as well. It's just tumbling bricks. 15 to 17. Chosen still lead, but it's not by much.
Back-to-back bait and switches for 2 clean kills there from Falcon and Legend. Both those players going down to 1 shot, but not traded out is the important part of the equation.
Oh, boy.
Legend still, his information's still not known on the map. He's just going to catch them, and that is just going to be too much to handle, in my opinion. I don't know how you get out of this if you're Sirion. There is no getting out of that. 17 all. We've seen a completely different Legend and Fabricated, and they have finally taken the lead. Wow, what a sequence from them. Just about perfect.
Once again, it's just a comeback because it's a snowball effect. They get sniped. They wipe both of the players from Chosen. Now another clean kill goes in. Sniper's still in the hands of Falcated. He's got 1 more bullet, wants to make it work, and he does. The assist comes in, 20 kills, 5 more. Falcated and Legend will get the sweep.
That is 8 unanswered kills now. They are just roaring as they are finding everything that can go right has gone right for them. Their bait and switches are working perfectly. They are in tandem. It is like a dance between these two. Look, if he survives,
yeah, that's the problem.
How?
Yeah, they use each other so well. It's just beautiful. Beautiful communication, beautiful angles being held. I mean, to play your life like that and just to be that disciplined, to make sure to get your shields back, use your teammate's position against the enemy team. It's just perfect. It's beautiful. 2 more kills. Let's win this thing, and I'm gonna be honest with you. They play like this, they're gonna win the whole thing.
I'm gonna be honest. I think we'll pick up our controller and mouse and keyboard right now. Too. I don't think we get 1 kill on these 2.
I'll be honest. Speak for yourself.
Speak for yourself. I don't know, man. This is like you're seeing what they're doing. You're like, how do you even counteract it? Sirion and Ivan Eyes gonna try their best. A 2-kill swing for them, but they're very much out of lives. Only 2 to give up, and this game is over. Falcon Legend right at the finish line.
Yeah, beautiful. Sniper's coming up here. Sirion overextends to try and get that kill. That's a beautiful kill right there. That's the last shot of the pistol. The last shot of the sidekick that goes in. It's still not over yet.
Good live. And Falcon got caught on the cross. That's exactly what Chosen needed. Now they have him split. Legend's going to be isolated. This should be an easy cleanup as Legend has nowhere to go. Big kill swing. Says now just a 1-kill game. Sirion Ivan Eyes, they're not out of this yet.
Legend spawns up, but where does he spawn? He spawns across the map from Falcated.
I don't think they know. They don't.
Oh, Legend gets that one. Sirion takes a different angle. He's trying to get inside the fight, but he can't. Falcated just got to get this kill, and he does. Falcated cleans it up. It's a 3-0 sweep. Falcated and Legend will go to your grand finals.
Very much a game of runs on both sides, and Falcon and Legend, they looked dominant in the mid-game, but we did see some threads starting to be pulled a bit loose. Chosen were able to find some great runs there, and they'll have to continue their tournament run at the lower bracket. I will say, I have a feeling we might be seeing these 2 again. They look fantastic so far. They were really able to put up a fight in those last 2 maps, but it just wasn't enough.
Well, you can see Chosen end up in that elimination finals. We're going to find out who the winner of Underground Exceed are, and then Howdy Beavers and Rush Hour to find out what is going on with those matches. And I'm excited to see what happens. I mean, Falcon and Legend, like I said, if they play like that, it's over. I don't see any team coming close. And, I thought Chosen was probably that team that could kind of, have an answer to them. But it was 2 times. 2 games where they had the opportunity. It was a 10-kill lead for one of them, and I think even a 6 or 7-kill lead for the other one, and they weren't able to close it out whatsoever. So we'll see if Chosen can make it through that lower bracket or if they'll be stopped. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break while we get your next match situated. Don't go anywhere.
Ah! Как? Вот это баланс. Чувак из Silver, конечно, плохо он хакил. И 3 из Diamond. Да блядь!
così a vedere.